Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started here pretty soon. If you want to get settled, get your device, get logged in, that would be really helpful. If you need any help with anything, guys right there in the back will be happy to help you. Just let us know. Everybody, thank you for being here. Um, I'm going to take just a second to tell all of you a few things about how it's going to go in the room, that it's a little different from how people experiencing this through Zoom are going to participate. I assume a lot of you are here because you'd like to speak regarding one of the resolutions. If you do, as we're going through the voting process, you'll have a chance to indicate pro, con, or other on your device. Once you've done that, you'll join the queue, which Cameron will be able to manage and recognize people from. The remote people will be joining that same queue. Once you've joined the queue, come on over here. We're going to have you speak to this microphone. Come up, hit your mark. Look at that camera over there, the one towards the windows. That's how the people on Zoom are going to see you. Even though you address your remarks to the presiding officer, we'd like you to speak to the room and speak to that camera. You've got 3 minutes to speak. Green means you're good to go. You'll see it on that little light up there in front, but because we want you looking towards the back, Leon's got 3 colors of paper there. She'll tell you green, you're good to go. Yellow, wrap it up, you got a minute. Red, it's time to stop. We'll let you finish your sentence, but do please be courteous to everybody else's time. Thank you all for being here and your service to the House, and we'll get started in just about 2 or 3 minutes.
All right, good morning, everyone. Okay. All right, just give me a thumbs up when we're. Wait a second. Good. All right, good morning, everybody. I'm Cameron Graham, 2022 President of the Oregon State Bar. It will be my pleasure to call the 2022 meeting of the Oregon State Bar House of Delegates to order in just a few minutes. But first, I'd like to start with a land acknowledgement. We make this land acknowledgement to honor the unique and enduring relationship that exists between Indigenous peoples and their traditional territories. According to the Native Land Site and the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde map of treaty areas, the site of the OSB Center is on a land that once belonged to the Tualatin, Kalapuya, and Clackamas Chinook peoples. As many as 27 tribes and bands were forced to relocate from this area to the Grand Ronde Reservation. Native critics of land acknowledgements point out the risks of superficially and lost opportunities for teaching. The Laurier Students Public Interest Research Group, Know the Land campaign, notes that with any land acknowledgement, it is important to understand the long-standing history that has brought you to reside on the land and to seek to understand your place within that history. Land acknowledgements do not exist in a past tense or historical context. Colonialism is a current ongoing process, and we need to build our mindfulness of our present participation. I encourage everyone to continue learning about the Indigenous peoples of Oregon. Next, I'd like to go over the procedure for today's meeting, which I hope will also give us time for anyone having technical difficulties to resolve them. The good news is that most of us are now accustomed to Zoom and the platform and its features. Nonetheless, I ask you to bear with us and each other as we move forward through a detailed agenda and address any technical issues that may arise. Here to help me today is the bar's Chief Executive Officer, Helen Hirschfield, and General Counsel, Ankur Doshi. We will be using Zoom to present reports and discuss the resolutions before us. We will be using the special House of Delegates voting dashboard to display resolutions and vote on them. I will give you instructions on how to use the voting site before we take up our first action item. Now I would like to go over one Zoom feature so you all know how we will be using it. Perhaps the most important thing to know is that all of you can see and hear me and all the other presenters. But if you are participating by Zoom, we cannot see or hear you unless I officially recognize you. We will use an online queue to manage debate on the resolutions, but we'll come back to that in a moment. If you need to be recognized to second a motion, you will need to raise your hand in person or in Zoom. You can do that in Zoom by clicking or tapping on the hand icon at the bottom of the Zoom window. If you are recognized, we will enable your microphone unless you are here in the room with us. Please state your name and the region you represent or your ex officio status for the record. If you are used to using the chat feature, you will see that we have disabled it. That is because all of our proceedings need to be on the record and open to the public, some of whom are following us on YouTube right now. If you have any technical issues during the time of the meeting, please call the helpline number we included in your Zoom email invite, or you can send an email to hod@osbar.org, hod@osbar.org. Once I call the meeting to order, we will proceed with the President's report, followed by Justice Flynn's report on the state of the courts, then the Budget and Finance Chair, Catherine Denning's report on the bar finances. I will recognize each of them in turn and address them as panelists so you can see and hear their presentations. After the reports, I will walk you through our voting procedures and give you an overview of the parliamentary procedures. So let's begin. I will now call the meeting to order. The first action item for today is adoption of the final meeting agenda. But if there are no objections, I would like to instead begin with our preliminary reports and presentations. That'll give everyone some extra time to resolve any technical issues, joining the webinar, and for delegates to log into their voting website. If any delegates have not yet logged into that site, please do so now. Any objections? Hearing no objections, I will proceed with my report as your 2022 Oregon State Bar President. So thank you again for being here today for the 2022 House of Delegate meeting. By serving on this body and by being here today, you've established yourself as a leader in our profession, and I'm very grateful. This meeting will be one of my final acts as Oregon State Bar President, and it's been an honor to lead this bar as we continuously seek to innovate ways to advance our public service mission. Several major initiatives are worthy of mention. First, comedy. We work to transition the bar from a true reciprocal system for admitting lawyers from other states, where you take your lawyers, we'll take yours, to a comedy system, where lawyers who practice in other states and meet all the other requirements, including character and fitness, are admissible in Oregon without a bar exam. We hope this will entice more lawyers to consider practicing in Oregon, as we are experiencing a dearth of available lawyers in many geographic and practice areas, most critically criminal law. 2, paralegal licensing. We are well into the creation of a program approved by the Oregon Supreme Court that will license paralegals to provide some discrete services in landlord, tenant, and family law, our 2 areas of highest unmet need. This places Oregon once again in the forefront of states working to address the justice gap for so many low and moderate income Oregonians. 3, additional pathways to licensure. We are working with stakeholders to create additional mechanisms to examine minimum competency for applicants for admission to the Oregon State Bar. It is expected that we will break down traditional barriers for entering the profession while providing a robust competency review for the Board of Bar Examiners to protect the Oregon consumer. It is far too common for large traditional institutions to insist that the way we have done things is the way it should always be done. I'm so proud to be part of a bar that seeks to learn and grow and innovate. I firmly believe it's necessary in order to meet our public obligations. Which brings me to another vital focus of area for our bar and for our profession. Most of you are likely aware of the landmark 2016 ABA study on lawyer well-being. It found that lawyers experience chronic stress, depression, anxiety, and substance abuse rates well above that of the general population. The research on law students is similarly concerning. We have a myriad of statistics that we could share, all bleak, but I suspect you've seen them. The bottom line is that as the study stated, the status quo is incomparable with the sustainable legal profession dedicated to client service and reliant on public trust. This crisis demands our attention. Last year, this body passed a resolution directing the Oregon State Bar to convene a conference on lawyer well-being to build on the work that was begun in 2019 following that ABA study, and produced a provisional report for this meeting. My remarks today are intended to report to you on that progress with the expectation of a more thorough report and a set of recommendations in 2023. In June of this year, we held a 2022 conference of well-being stakeholders as directed by the House of Delegates. The conference was a powerful continuation of Oregon's nationally recognized leadership in lawyer well-being. Participants examined the national landscape and heard from innovators in this work in Oregon and across the country. We reinforced the importance that all of our work be informed by equity and inclusion, and that we create a safe place for all voices to be heard. In the months leading up to the conference, the planning committee established 4 key areas where concrete action and cultural change around lawyer well-being could be most effective at creating real and sustained change. First, law practice management, well-being in the workplace, and the evolving legal culture. Regulatory and disciplinary practices and structural impediments to well-being, including UTCRs, court timelines, and trial court administration. Next, vicarious trauma within the profession, reducing stigma and shame, and increasing help-seeking behaviors. And also lawyer education and law school practices. During the conference, participants entered into breakout groups to begin the conversation about well-being in more detail. Beginning in September, participants have organized into 4 work groups to continue that dialogue specific to the topics above. These work groups will meet regularly over the next 6 months and will report to the Board of Governors and the House of Delegates next year, and will present a series of recommendations to create the sustained change that this crisis requires. I invite any of you who are interested in this critical work to reach out to me personally for information on how to become engaged. I will close with one thought. Any of us who have worked in this profession for a period of time has either struggled with their own well-being at some point or has watched a friend or colleague suffer, often alone. And I wonder if you might take a brief moment to think about who that person has been for you. As you know, the consequences to the individuals can be tragic. The impact to their friends, colleagues, and clients reverberate further in an ever-expanding concentric circles. It is incumbent upon this bar as an institution and all of us as leaders to do the hard work to create deep cultural changes in this profession. And I want to thank former OSB President Vanessa Nordyke for her efforts to keep this issue high on our priority list. I'm very proud of the work underway in Oregon, and I hope you will join the effort. It is now my pleasure to introduce Justice Megan Flynn of the Oregon Supreme Court, who is here to present us an address on the state of Oregon's courts.
Okay, great. I know the agenda listed me as Chief Justice. That's not till January. Chief Justice Walters is traveling this week and sends her well wishes. She asked me to appear in her stead, and I'm excited to be here with all of you. As you know, our court system continues to take on major issues with long-term importance. Today, I'll be touching on some of those. And you'll hear a common theme. Despite the many challenges posed by the pandemic and a wide range of other challenges, the courts and the legal community have not just focused on providing existing services through new and creative ways. They've worked to improve the judicial system so that our courts are better able to provide justice to our communities now than they were before the pandemic. Together, we have made substantial advancements and set the stage for more progress in the months and years ahead. In terms of the focus of the Oregon Judicial Department in the years ahead, there are a couple of foundational priorities that underlie everything that I'm going to talk to you about today. Equity and data, and how they support access to justice. As a branch, we are integrating into our daily work what we call an equity framework, a way to think intentionally about how we approach decisions. I'll talk about that more in a minute. And we are developing and implementing a range of data dashboards and improved business processes to feed them so that we can be better informed for all aspects of our planning, decision-making, and evaluation efforts. Our roadmap for much of that work is the Oregon Judicial Department Strategic Campaign. Initially encompassing the years 2020 and 2021, Chief Justice Walters has extended the plan through 2023 to allow more time to make greater progress. In that plan, we made 4 commitments to Oregonians with 19 supporting initiatives. To date, we've completed 75 to 80% of our work in each commitment area, with many supporting initiatives completed or nearing completion. I'd like to tell you about just a few of our efforts. In a major step forward this year, the Chief Justice adopted a new equity framework to help guide our work. The intention is to have a systematic decision-making approach that takes into consideration the needs of all individuals whom the decision may impact. As part of this, we are expanding our training in customer service for frontline court staff and our training in equity, diversity, and inclusion for all judges and staff. As the Chief Justice noted to this group last year, to do more than move people through our court system, to really listen to the individuals who come before our courts, to consider their individual circumstances, and to help them really grapple with the problems and make changes takes time. If you see things taking longer at the counter or in our courtrooms, it may be because we are focused on procedural fairness, wanting those who come before us to feel heard, trying to assure them that they can have trust and confidence in the courts. At the same time, we know people want and need timely decisions. As courts work to implement the equity framework, you can help us by identifying areas where you think we could make improvements. The equity framework is also a key tool in advancing our efforts to promote a diverse, welcoming, and supportive environment for staff and judges. By making our courthouses inclusive spaces, we are better positioned to improve recruitment, retention, and workplace satisfaction. Related to this effort in our courthouses, the Supreme Court has also supported and encouraged the work of the task force led by the Board of Bar Examiners to study the possibility of alternative pathways for admissions to the bar. Based on the work of the initial task force, the Supreme Court in January of this year approved in concept 2 additional pathways to attorney licensure and asked the Board of Bar Examiners to convene a new committee to develop specific details for the 2 proposed pathways. Now, let me shift to some more specific challenges, achievements, and updates. The courts have been involved in a range of activities to promote access to justice. First, public defense. The Chief Justice in our courts have been working to navigate the current crisis in public defense while working towards short and long-term solutions. As you know, this is a complex and sometimes contentious topic that cannot be solved without collaboration among the branches of the state government, the bar, and the justice partners across the state. Chief Justice Walters and OJD advocated for increased funding for public defense, worked with the bar to quickly propose for a court approval, a comity rule that makes it easier for lawyers from other states to practice in Oregon. OJD has provided retired judges for settlement conferences, refined its business processes, and developed a data dashboard to more accurately track defendants who qualify for public defenders but are still waiting for representation. OJD is also engaged with stakeholders to develop plans and solutions to address the ongoing crisis. There is still much work ahead, and we are committed to being active partners in efforts to address this critical issue. The next area is access to representation and self-help. As President Graham mentioned, to expand representation in civil matters, especially for FED and family law, in which 80% or more of cases have at least one unrepresented party, the Supreme Court approved the paraprofessional licensing program this year, which becomes effective next July. We owe significant thanks to all who have contributed to that effort over the course of many years. Thanks to legislative support, we also are working to create the Portal Project, a joint effort of the bar, legal aid, and the courts. Combining the strengths of the partner organizations, our collective expertise, and all of our online content, the portal will provide a more centralized online resource for self-help legal information. The goal is to provide a one-stop shop that will be easy to find, easy to navigate, and helpful for a wide range of legal issues. Behavioral health. Our Behavioral Health Advisory Committee, or BHAC because we love acronyms, is maintaining a sharp focus on a range of issues at the intersection of mental health and the law. The committee sponsored a 2-part behavioral health summit in December 2021 and January 2022, focused on efforts to divert, deflect, and engage justice-involved individuals. The summit included discussion of a behavioral health bill of rights for the justice-involved population, as well as discussion of concrete steps to make improvements in government organizations, public funding structures, and system coordination to provide needed behavioral health care to people in the justice system. More than 425 people representing consumers, advocates, the justice system, and the behavioral health system registered for the summit, and 250 participated in the 2-day workshop in January. The event yielded a range of action steps and priorities for further work and plans to pursue grant funding for some of the work. A BHAC Civil Commitment Subcommittee is looking at the entire range of related statutes and examining opportunities to improve Oregon law and policy to serve the needs of individuals with mental health issues and preserve community safety. OJD also launched a civil commitment data dashboard and an aid and assist data dashboard to help us better understand case volumes, charges, and court-ordered placements. Pending cases. There has been a fair amount of talk in the media about backlogs due to the pandemic. So it's worth a quick look at the actual numbers for Oregon. Due in part to fewer filings, the total number of pending civil cases remains substantially lower than it was in 2019, about 20% lower as of this month. Within those numbers, general civil cases are only down about 10%, whereas FED and small claims are both substantially lower than the pandemic, down by 20% and 33% respectively. Though the number of cases pending for longer than 6 months remains about 3 percentage points higher than it was in 2019, that number is down substantially from 2020. On the criminal side, misdemeanor cases are down 30% from their peak in 2020 and down 23% from their 2019 level. But any trend for felony cases is less clear. On the one hand, the number of pending felony cases has declined 12% from its peak in 2020 and actually fell below 2019 levels for a period earlier this year. But there's recently been an uptick in felony filings, and 2022 felony case numbers are now about 4% higher than 2019. The overall number of criminal cases pending for more than 6 months also remains very slightly higher than in 2019. Again, it's a little early to understand how these numbers will play out over time. Next, pretrial release. This year, with the implementation of Senate Bill 48 from the 2021 legislative session, we experienced a major shift in how our state addresses pretrial release. With the help of a new pretrial coordinator and legislative funding for additional release assistance officers, OJD is supporting the transition to a release system that focuses more on risk to public safety and less on financial resources. OJD also has launched a data dashboard for pretrial release and instances of failure to appear. The pretrial subcommittee of the Chief Justice's Criminal Justice Advisory Committee helped shape the pretrial guidelines required for implementation of Senate Bill 48, articulated in a Chief Justice order and local pretrial release orders. And the subcommittee is currently working with stakeholders to evaluate how things are going and whether we need adjustments to those guidelines. Fines and fees. We've increased opportunities for reasonable payment plans and payment options based on ability to pay. There's a data dashboard for criminal fines and fees as well. We're expanding our online services for e-filing, ensuring people who are eligible for fine reductions can pay online. For example, launching the Electronic Central Violations Bureau, and continue to adopt text and other electronic notices for jury service and reminders for court hearings and payment due dates. In our courthouses, we are continuing our efforts to replace the unsafe buildings with safe, modern facilities, including the new downtown courthouse in Portland and the Crook County Justice Center in Prineville that broke ground in July. Last, legislature and budget. One of our major jobs is to ensure that the people of our state have trust and confidence in our courts. Belief in the rule of law is essential to our democracy, and our robust judicial system is essential to support the rule of law. In the 2021 legislative session, we explained the role that our courts play in our democracy, the commitments we have made to Oregonians, and our willingness to work with the legislature to address the challenges we face as a state. We also explained that for us to be as effective as we can be, we must be on sound financial footing. In its biennial budget for 2021 to 2023, the legislature heard us and responded. With your help and support, legislators were also responsive in the 2022 short session. To recap some of those successes, our current biennial budget helps address more than a decade of inadequate funding. It allows us to provide a full range of judicial services and to pursue the initiatives set out in our strategic campaign. The legislature added funding for technology services, but without increasing statutory filing fees. The budget funds additional facilitator positions to improve services to people without lawyers, especially in family law cases. We'll have more behavioral health specialists and treatment court coordinators in our courts statewide. The legislature approved startup funding for our pretrial release program and reserved $2.5 million more to expand that program. As noted, we now have a pretrial coordinator and funding for additional release assistance officers. The legislature approved 2 new judicial positions in Deschutes County, adding to the 4 positions in other counties approved in recent years. The legislature set aside $10 million to expand family treatment courts in Oregon. We will be reporting them in February with detailed recommendations on how best to use those funds. And finally, We have state support for new courthouses in Benton, Clackamas, Crook, Curry, and Lynn counties. We already have new courthouses in Jefferson, Multnomah, and Union counties, and OJD will be requesting additional projects in our next budget proposal. With those resources, we'll be able to implement the new statutes the legislature has enacted. There are many, and implementation requires new business processes, forms, education, and training. And now that we have improved technology to conduct proceedings remotely, we need to think about how best to use that technology, as we also keep our eye on emerging new technologies. This is an area of rapid growth and change, and an area where we will want to stay actively engaged and involved to make sure our courts offer the most efficient, effective delivery of services available. I sincerely thank all bar members and staff who have assisted us in these efforts. Thank you for all the efforts you have made and that I know you will continue to make to ensure that our courts are accessible and responsive and that we administer justice fairly for all.
Thank you, Justice Flynn. Thank you, Justice Flynn, for taking the time to address the House of Delegates. Our next agenda item is the report of the Board and Governor's Budget and Finance Committee and notice of the 2023 annual fees. For that, let's welcome Catherine Denning, Committee Chair and Board Member from Region 6.
Really? Catherine?
Hi, can anyone hear me?
Yes, we're good. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, the Oregon State Bar feed went quiet as soon as you added me on, just for future panelists. So good morning, President Graham and all HOD members and BOG members as well. Thank you everyone so much for being here. I'm Kate Denning. I'm the chair of the Board of Governors Budget and Finance Committee, and I'll be presenting the year-to-date financial results through September 30th, 2022, and the year-end projected financials for 2022. This year continued to be an extraordinary year for our profession, for our state, and for our country. When we began the year, there were expectations that the vaccines would turn things around for the country, the state, the legal profession, and specifically the operations of the Oregon State Bar. While bar operations were better positioned this year because of the coronavirus mitigation steps in 2020 and 2021, the economic impacts are still being felt. The following report summarizes our financial results through September 30th, 2022, and forecasted to the end of the year. A quick note on the financial results: due to the large amount of money being sent through the Cypre Award, more fund-based accounting layout is presented. Revenue from general membership fees in 2022 is forecasted to end the year slightly ahead of budget, with a surplus of approximately $34,000. This was a result of fewer members requesting a fee discount and a slightly higher active member count. As you may remember, historically, membership fees make up 2/3 of the bar's total revenue. Unfortunately, the remaining 1/3 of the bar's revenue has not been as strong due to the lingering effects of the coronavirus. Revenue from programs such as CLE seminars, legal publications, conference room rentals, and the bulletin are all below plan, as it was anticipated that the second half of 2022 would have returned to a more normal historical level. Our total year-to-date revenue shortfall for programs is projected to be short of budget by $322,000, excluding all restricted funds. 2022 was the first year that the BOG approved spending our funds from our invested funds. $175,000 was used from our investments for operation expenses this year. The expense side of the bar operations has also been below budget, which has helped offset the revenue shortfall. Salaries and benefits will end the year above plan due to benefits coming in higher than budget and slightly offset by the length of time it has taken to fill some open positions. A compensation study showed that while most positions at the bar are market competitive, our discipline, regulatory, legal professions were below market, and they will be adjusted before the end of the year. Additionally, the invested general bar fund assets have taken a substantial decrease in value. As was mentioned at last year's HOD meeting, higher inflation and a flat membership growth leads to a less than desirable financial situation. Add to these factors the bear stock market we're currently experiencing, and the expected result is a negative 46,000 net loss projected for 2022. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Ms. Denning. So that concludes our reports for the day. Now I will explain how our discussions will proceed here in the room and in the Zoom webinar, and how we will use our voting platform. We will share the voting platform on the screen. We won't. Okay. I'm just reading the script, David. Sorry. We will make the sponsor of each resolution a panelist. You can see and hear them. At the same time, we will also bring on our screen the green light, yellow light, red light timer. Sponsors of each resolution will have 5 minutes to present. We will count down like we always have. Green, you're good to go. Yellow, wrap it up. Red, stop. We will be reasonable if you need to finish your sentence, but please be respectful of the time limits. If you go over your time, your mic will be muted. At the conclusion of each presentation, the sponsor, or one of the sponsors, if there are more than one, will move adoption of the resolution. I will then turn to you to ask for a second. Any delegate wishing to second the motion should raise their hand, as we discussed at the beginning of the meeting. I will choose one delegate, if any, by name, and announce that they have seconded the motion. Once the resolution has been moved and seconded, we can begin debate. All remarks should be directed to the chair. To speak on a resolution, you will need to reserve a spot using the online voting platform. I will ask for everyone, those in person and online, who wish to speak on a resolution, to reserve a speaking spot on that voting platform. Select a category for your position, and then indicate whether you are in person or remote. A virtual line will be made for pro, con, or other speakers, and you will be called in the order submissions were received. If I call your name and you are on Zoom, we will allow you to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. You might see your Zoom screen momentarily disconnect and reconnect when staff enable your participation. If you are present in the room today, please be prepared to stand at the microphone in the room when your name is called. Please state for the record your name and the HOD region you represent, or the basis of your ex officio status. This is important anytime today that you speak. Our proceedings are being stenographically recorded, as well as audio and video recorded. Our reporter today is Shalene Iverson, courtesy of the Oregon Reporters Association. I can't offer a round of applause, but please accept my thanks on behalf of the House of Delegates and the entire bar membership. Speakers from the floor have 3 minutes each. Please keep an eye on the timer. After you have spoken, staff will remove your name from the queue, and I will choose the next person to speak. We will proceed to recognize speakers from the pro, con, and other queues in the same order until all speakers have been recognized or there has been a successful motion to end debate. To tell you more about that, please welcome our parliamentarian for today, Lori Brocker, who will share some tips and is also here to help with any procedural rulings today. So please turn to your HOD 2022 voting platform now. Lori.
Thanks, Cameron. Proceedings today will follow the HOD rules and parliamentary procedure according to Robert's Rules of Order. On the voting site, under the Resources tab, if you select Overview of Procedure for House of Delegates meeting, you will see written information on the parliamentary procedures. Scroll down the page and you will find a chart showing the respective priority of the common motions. If you want to make a motion, please be aware of where it is on that chart. And there are two common situations that I'd like to highlight. First, when a main motion is under consideration, secondary, those subsidiary, privilege, or incidental motions may arise. When a secondary motion is placed before the HOD, it becomes the immediately pending question. The main motion remains pending while that secondary motion is addressed. Second, delegates wanting to make a motion during debate, such as a motion to amend or a motion to end debate, must line up virtually as an other speaker, be recognized by the chair, and present the motion. And then for motions to close debate, previously known as call the question or previous question, if the motion is seconded and there appears to be no objection, we will proceed to vote on the main motion. If there appears to be an objection, we'll vote on the motion to close debate. It takes a 2/3 vote to pass a motion to close debate. Look forward to helping with any questions that may arise today.
Great. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Lori, for your pro bono service to the House of Delegates. Along with the resources for delegates, this is also the platform where you can now review the resolutions, where we will post any amendments and where you will vote. I will review those procedures now. If you are not already on the resolutions page, please click the word. Yes.
Sorry for clarification for those of us who are here. I'm looking for the debate queue I saw. Does that come up?
become active once we get to that point in the process.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's active when we have an actual debate.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. If you are not already on the resolutions page, please click the word resolutions on the banner at the top of your screen. Now on the left side of your screen, you will see tabs for all the resolutions on your agenda. You can see the text of any resolution by clicking on it. If there is a motion to amend, the text of the amendment will be displayed on that page as well. For delegates moving an amendment, please email the amended language to amend@osbar.org, amend@osbar.org, clearly denoting your name, region, and the amended language within the resolution. For those delegates in the room, there are amendment forms. And once your name is called and you move the amendment, please hand the amendment to Ankardoshi. Council will review the amendment to make sure it is in order before passing it off to staff to add to the voting platform. Once the motion to amend receives a second, staff will update the voting platform to show the amended language and start the debate on the amendment. We will need to pause debate briefly for this process, and you will need to hit the refresh button to see the new text, but you will be reminded when that occurs. When I call for a vote, refresh the page to see your voting options. You will choose yes, no, or abstain, and click the button to submit your vote. Please note that once you submit your vote, it is final. You cannot go back and change it. Once you have voted, you will be redirected to the results page where you can refresh to update the results. The names of the delegates will be displayed in separate columns, including how each delegate voted, and a pie chart will show you the percentages of yes and no votes. Because our rules call for a decision by a majority of those casting votes, abstentions will not show on the chart. When voting is complete, I will announce the results and move to the next resolution. You should also keep in mind that this is a public meeting and the results on this website can be viewed by the public. For each resolution, amendment, or other motion, we will vote in the same manner, review the results, and return to the resolution page for the next steps. I will guide you through the process each time we have a vote. For now and for practice, we are going to use the voting system to establish our quorum. If you would please click on the Quorum Call tab in the upper left. Please select the option that indicates that you are present and ready to vote. One and 14, we're good. Refresh it. John Bachhoffner did not steal my thunder. Thank you. We've reached quorum. We've reached quorum. Thank you very much. We will now turn to the action items. Returning to the resolutions page. Our first action item is the adoption of the meeting agenda that was approved by the Board of Governors. If there is a delegate who would now like to make a motion to approve the meeting agenda, please raise your hand now. The chair recognizes Mr. John Bachhoffner.
I move to approve the agenda.
Please state your name and your
Sorry.
region.
John Bachhoffner, elected Colorado State Delegate.
If there's a delegate who would like to second the motion, please raise your hand. Chair recognizes. The chair recognizes Ron Chang, Region, I'm sorry, 5, sorry, Region 5 seconds. Thank you. Now for discussion, if you'd like to speak on the motion, please click the button for debate queue indicating your position and location and submit. All right, nobody. I see there's no further discussion and we will proceed to vote. On the motion, we will vote now to vote on the motion to adopt the meeting agenda. Please return to the resolution page on your HOD voting dashboard. If you do not see your voting options, please press refresh. Remember that your vote is final once you submit it, and the results on this website can be viewed by the public. If you like, you can hit the refresh button repeatedly to see the voting tabulation. Voting will close in 45 seconds. I think Susan's timing that. Are you timing this? Okay. Okay. All right, we're good. Right? Voting will close in 5 seconds. Sorry. Okay, voting is now closed. Please hit refresh to see the final tally. And the motion passes. The agenda is adopted. All right, back to the resolutions page. Our next item of business is BOG Resolution number 1, which will be presented by Catherine Denning, Chair of the BOG Budget and Finance Committee from Region 6.
Good morning again, everyone. Thank you, Madam President. I am again Catherine Denning. I am the head of the Budget and Finance Committee. I today need to talk with you about a proposed $75 fee increase to active members, but to ease this, I'm showing you a fluffy cat. So focus on the cat while I explain to you this really important resolution. As you've seen in the agenda, the board is proposing a $75 fee increase for active members. This would be no fee change for active pro bono, inactive, or retired members. And the income-based discount threshold will be set at $45,000, which is an increase from $42,000, with a 20% general membership fee discount for those who qualify. One of the board's most important governance responsibilities is to ensure that adequate resources exist for operations, programs, and services, to meet our statutory obligation to regulate the legal profession, to improve the quality of legal services, and to advance a fair and accessible justice system. When our former Board of Governor and Budget and Finance Committee, John Grant, gave his report at the HOD last year, he forecasted that 2022 would be another difficult year financially. Inflation, he noted, was projected to be higher than we're used to. And he warned of the continued flat growth of membership in the bar being another significant factor that would make it difficult to go beyond 2022 without a fee increase. His prediction was correct, and he left it to me to bring it to you, apparently. As mentioned in my annual report, high inflation and flat membership, as well as ongoing program revenue losses as a result of the pandemic, have put a really severe strain on the bar's finances. The chart in your materials, which I urge you to go over, shows that over the last 10 years, membership has grown by only 0.7%. Gone are the days when we could count on annual membership growth of 2%. Over the same 10-year period, as you know, inflation has increased by 29.7%, assuming that we see a return to a more normal rate of inflation in 2023. So it's going to be approximately 3.5%. As of August 31st, 2022, the compound rate of inflation is at 13.2% over the last 2 years, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. None of this is new to you, and we've done what we can over the last few years to counteract these factors. We've reduced staff in 2020, We downsized our footprint in the building to generate more rent revenue in 2021, and we drew on our investments to help fund operating expenses in 2022. Those investments have seen a dramatic decline as well, however, and we see no way to avoid a fee increase in 2023 if we want to continue programs and services at their existing levels. I've no doubt you've also felt the painful effects of high inflation on your expenses, the lingering effects of the pandemic on your revenue, and the decline in the market on your investments. Everyone has, and I have too. Know this, the board did not reach its decision to seek a fee increase lightly. We have had multiple meetings where we have run the numbers and the different possibilities. And some of you might ask, but why so much? The OSB license fees are among the highest in the country. Oh, I didn't know that. Tell this, by the way. My answer is you're right, and they are. And the reason is the services we provide and the comparatively small amount of members that we have. The Oregon State Bar is one of the few bars in the country that does everything others do and more. We do all the regulatory work as an instrumentality of the court. Many other state bars do a fraction of that, if any, of the regulatory work. And in those states, regulation is handled largely by their Supreme Court and charged as a separate assessment from their bar dues. We also provide significant valuable member benefits such as fast case and bar books with no additional subscription fees. We're the only bar in the country that provides bar books as a member benefit. In addition, we're smaller in membership than those states that provide similar levels of service. So we don't benefit from economies of scale. The Washington State Bar, for example, has approximately 35,000 active members. The Oregon State Bar has 14,900. This is 2.35 times the number of active members in the Oregon State Bar. This allows them to spread the cost of similar services as we offer over far more members and therefore charge less per member. Because we hear so often from members how much they appreciate a high service bar, particularly from solo and small firm practitioners and our colleagues in the more remote reaches of the state, we haven't explored reducing these member programs or services. What we cannot do is abrogate our regulatory obligations. Which brings me to the bar's most recent compensation study. As with any service organization, compensation compromises the majority of the bar's expenses. Last year, as part of our fiduciary obligation over the bar's finances, the board approved a compensation study. This study was intended to overhaul our existing compensation structure, which has been unchanged for over 3 decades, and to see where staff salaries are in comparison to the government, nonprofit, and association markets we compete for talent in. And we found that our salaries are largely in line with the market, with a few exceptions. The one which was most alarming was the lawyers responsible for discipline. The 2023 budget addresses this shortfall. The fee increase is therefore also necessary for us to remain competitive in the market and fulfill our regulatory obligations.
Ms. Danny,
Finally,
out of time. Can you
I'm out
move-
of time.
Yes, but I need you to go ahead and just move the motion.
Madam President, I move that the 2022 Oregon State Bar active member fees be increased by $75 in 2023 as set forth in the schedule on page 4 of the HOT agenda.
Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
Will you announce yourself and your region, please, Ms. Nordyke?
Vanessa Nordyke, Region 6.
Vanessa Nordyke, I'm sorry, Region 6,
Yes.
seconds the motion. Now for discussion. If you would like to speak on the motion, please click the button for debate queue, indicate your position and location, and click submit. Yep, should be coming up now. If you don't see it, please refresh your page. Right, the chair recognizes John Bachhoffner, the pro.
Thank you, Madam President. John Bachhoffner, out-of-state elected delegate. I urge that.
Wait, sorry.
Shall I sing while we wait?
The chair says no. Yeah, you're actually a really good singer, so bear with us for a little technical
I
moment.
don't have a fluffy cat.
We just want to move the microphone in front of here, or move the camera.
You move the mic.
No.
If I may begin. John Bachhoffner, out of state elected delegate. I want to urge everyone to approve this increase. As a member and owner of a law firm, I know that the expenses have increased, if for nothing else, just for medical insurance. I've been on the Board of Governors, served as an elected Board of Governor, and I recognize the efforts that this institution has made to try and decrease expenses, and in anticipation of the membership becoming not having increases. They've done a yeoman's job of reducing that to the extent possible. And if you're like me, you have seen the impact of inflation as well as the stock market. That has a significant impact as well. I recognize that in the past, particularly sole practitioners have been in opposition to increases of the bar dues. As of the beginning of next year, I'm no longer going to be practicing. I'll only be doing arbitration and mediation. I too will incur that as a sole practitioner, but I still support that because the services that the Oregon State Bar provides for its members is significant, and it is a significant benefit. One particular benefit that I think is very significant and it should be appreciated by everyone, and I believe it is the bar books. I was involved in starting bar books, pushing for that. It's an important benefit, although there's an expense associated with it, but it's an important benefit, particularly for access to justice for our members who are in out of state and who are in rural areas who don't have an ability to either financially purchase the books they need or to go to a law library locally to be able to look at those. That benefit is unique to the Oregon State Bar. Even as a local lawyer, I use it all the time, and I find it incredibly helpful. Thank you for listening to me, and I urge that we approve this measure. Thank you.
The chair now recognizes from the con column Nicholas Yanchar, and I apologize profusely if I've mispronounced your name. Unfortunately, we can't hear you yet. Give us just a second. I'm not sure why we can't hear you or you can hear us. Okay. All right, I'm going to move through the queue. All right, we will proceed in the con column. The chair recognizes Blaine Cluten.
Oh, can you hear me now?
All right. Sorry, Blaine Clute. We will continue with Nicholas Yanchar and we will come back to you. Go ahead, Mr. Yanchar.
Sorry for that confusion. Sometimes my computer wants to work, sometimes it doesn't. So, yeah, I
Region,
urge
please.
everyone to really think about whether or not this is something we want to approve. And here is why. I am a solo petitioner. Yeah, I look at fees like that, but
Sorry, I need to interrupt you. Can you state your name and your region, please, to begin?
oh, my apologies. Yes, Nicholas Yancha, Region 5.
Thank
And so we were just talking about how membership is at all-time low. We were having issues with having attorneys in the state. But at the same time, then we're being told that we're paying the highest amount in the entire state, which might be a correlation why nobody wants to practice here, why people aren't coming here as much as we need, and why we're having issues. So, you know, last year, if my memory serves it correctly, we did another increase as well. And if I remember correctly as well with that, there was a discussion that the reason for the increase was attributable largely to bar books, because bar books went away for a little bit, as we all remember, then it kind of came back. And if I remember right, the argument was, we need this to help fund bar books, to make it better, stronger, better than ever kind of thing. So I'm a little perplexed as to why all of a sudden we're being asked again to do another increase with that same argument. So that's a little concerning for me. But the bigger part for me is, my concern is that there's going to be, it's going to detour a lot more new attorneys to come to Oregon when they're looking at our fees, seeing that every year when we're asked to increase fees, we're just like, sure, not a problem. And don't look at the ramifications of the newer attorneys coming into the field who maybe are not aware of the costs associated with just having a bar license if you're not in a big firm who's paying it for you. So that's my part of it. I just urge everyone to really think about the logistics of it. I get that the bar does a lot of good things, but I have an issue where there is no correlation between that and then at the same time saying we have not enough attorneys to meet the needs of Oregonians. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now move to the other column, and the chair recognizes Robert Koch. And please state your name and your region before you begin your remarks, please.
Hi, can you see and hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Hi, Robert Koch. I am an ex officio member on behalf of the as chair of the Constitutional Law section. And I guess instead of a comment, it's really more of a question. In the materials, we see the revenue side of the equation. I guess I was wondering if we could see the expenses in terms of why, like where the expenses go and why they warrant such an increase, given that our membership fee is already one of the highest in the country. You know, I love bar books, and I've actually helped. I've helped write some of the one of the bar books for civil litigation, and I guess in terms of expenses, I know the writing typically is through people donating their time. So I'm not sure how the bar books, the expenses there, or what other expenses there are that would require such an increase. So it's really more of a question than a comment.
So just one moment, Mr. Coach.
Hi, Mr. Coach and members of the House of Delegates. We posted on the HOD resources page a member fee overview where you can see where your member fee is used for the different programs. So if you go to the main page, the home page, and then there's a tab for member fee overview. Do you see that, Mr. Coach?
I do, thank you.
Is that what you're looking for? Kind of to see where everything goes, where the money goes?
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty high level, but it's at least more information that than was listed on the resolution page. is there anything on a more line item basis, or is this the level of detail that we've got?
That is the level of detail that we have as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
Thank you. And the chair, we will move back to the pro column. The chair now recognizes Stephen Arndt. Again, please state your name and your region. It looks like maybe Stephen Arndt removed their name from the pro list. Is that? No. Okay. The next person on the pro column is Robert Schulhoff, sorry. My apologies. And again, please state your name and your region.
That was an error on my part. I'm not sure how I wound up listed as a presenter.
Apologize. Can I?
All right, let's return to Stephen Arndt. Stephen, would you, Mr. Arndt, would you please rejoin us? Mr. Schulhoff will have to come back to you. Did you hear differently? Okay. Yeah, okay. David, we're going to go back to Robert Schulhoff. I think Mr. Arndt was an error.
Hi, sorry, it takes a few moments, maybe where I'm at, for everything to start up. Hi, my name is Robert Schulhoff. I am out-of-state delegate. I was going to speak very, very briefly in the pro column. I understand that no one wants to see their fees raised. I don't want to see my fees raised, but I also understand the necessity of it. I've been in practice now for over 20 years. I'm a member of 3 bars. Somewhat to the debate of ours being one of the most expensive in the country, I'll tell you it's only by a couple of dollars compared to the other jurisdictions I'm admitted to, Washington and Illinois. I guess my big point out of this is, while I'm not happy to pay more, I will pay more. And part of that has to do with the services that I receive from the Oregon State Bar, and just in general, it's anecdotal, but from my experience of the 3 that I'm part of, this is by far the most responsive. bar staff, and quite truthfully, the better of the three organizations that I'm part of. So I guess in saying that, costs are rising all over. If we want to keep that level of service, I'm willing to pay the additional $75 or more. I will tell you, just in general, you get what you pay for. So if we're going to reduce or not increase our fees, we're going to see a reduction in service. And while that may sound kind of academic right now, I'll tell you, you'll certainly notice it when it's gone. So that's my piece. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes from the con column, Blaine Cluton.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you. And please state
Thank
your
you.
name and your region.
Blaine Cluton, Region 1, and I'm part of a 3-member firm. It's a privilege to be here and to be a part of this bar. And I want to also thank the organization for allowing remote appearance. I'm out in Pendleton, so being in person would have been difficult. The cited responses for, or the cited reasons for the increase are due to inflation and membership being flat. I have suggestions for increasing membership. I think that there's different things that the bar could do as far as increasing membership. One thing would be to start apprenticeship type programs or instituting a baby bar similar to what California does, or modifying the requirements before you can take the bar exam test. And among other things, those are just off the top of my head, but combating inflation by increasing the dues on our members is not an effective way to resolve the shortfall. So I'm going to be voting against this, and similar to other folks in the column, I would just ask the people to think about what this increase means before voting on it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And to the other column, the chair recognizes Kyler Beers. And again, I apologize if I've mispronounced your name. And please state your name and your region.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great. I'll be very brief. This is Kyler Beers, Region 5. I just wanted to note that as we are also voting on a resolution for public defense providers today, as a public defender, I do want to note that public defense offices do pay the bar fees. And while we are talking about the financial shortfall that's affecting public defense, most of the discussion has been how this will impact independent providers, but I think it will also have an impact on public defense firms that cover the fees for their attorneys while they're already experiencing a very tight budget at this point. I'm only 2 years into practice, so I don't think I can state with a whole lot of confidence my knowledge of the bar fees and knowledge of the bar's workings, but I do just have concerns about how that'll impact public defense. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the pro column, and the chair recognizes Leanne Donaldson.
Morning, Madam Chair. Leanne Donaldson with the Board of Governors, Region 5, Multnomah County. I wanted to clarify some of the issues that were raised before. Last year, our total fees were down by $4. And so there wasn't an increase in total fees last year, but there was a change of transferring the DE&I assessment from an assessment into a percentage of our base fees. And so that's where the change happened. The changes last year didn't have anything to do with the bar books. So I wanted to clarify that. One of the reasons why the committee chose and the bar approved of the $75 increase is in a hope to prevent yearly asks for increases. We are hoping that looking forward with our budgetary projections that we won't be back to the HOD to request increases for approximately 3 to 5 years. So that is why we went for the $75 to combat inflation and the increase of salary costs and other hard costs for our wonderful staff here at the Oregon State Bar. And I would wish all of the delegates support the increase. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President.
The chair now recognizes Greg Rayburn from the other column, please. Oh. Are you passing? Withdrawing. Okay, thank you. So I believe that concludes discussion and we can proceed to the vote on the BOG resolution number 1. Please turn to the resolution page of your HOD voting dashboard, hit the refresh button, then indicate your vote, yes if in support of the resolution, no if you oppose it, and abstain if you prefer not to vote. Again, your vote is final once you submit it. Voting will close in 30 seconds. Once, yeah, we'll wait. Let's. Yeah, it's 30 seconds. We'll start once we actually have the voting platform up. It's up. Voting will conclude in 5 seconds. Voting has concluded and is now closed. Please hit refresh to see the final tally. The motion passes 93 votes yes, 37 votes no. The motion passes. Moving on to BOG resolution number 2, please welcome Ankar Doshi, OSB General Counsel.
Thank you, Madam President. I am Ankar Doshi, General Counsel for the Oregon State Bar. The Legal Ethics Committee and the Board of Governors has requested the adoption of BOG Resolution number 2 to amend Oregon Rule of Professional Conduct 1.8E to allow attorneys representing indigent clients to provide pro bono to gift modest living expenses to them. In January of this year, the Legal Ethics Committee received 2 requests from members of the bar to adopt a new subsection in recognition of the ABA's new subsection to the model rules 1.8E subsection 3. Subsection 3 was added to the ABA model rules in 2020 to address the issue of pro bono attorneys being unable to provide financial assistance to indigent clients. Oregon RPC 1.8E1 and E2 strictly limit financial assistance provided to clients in connection with pending or contemplated litigation, with only 2 exceptions. First, the lawyer may advance court costs and litigation expenses. Second, for indigent clients, the lawyers may pay court costs and expenses of litigation. Under the current Oregon Rule for Professional Conduct 1.8e, attorneys may not gift money or things of value to clients in litigation who need help with the basic necessities of life. The purpose of this rule, when it was put in place, was to prevent lawyers from providing financial assistance to clients in exchange for the consideration of the outcome of the litigation. This was commonly known in the early 1900s as champerty or maintenance. The comment to the ABA model rules note that lawyers may not subsidize lawsuits or administrative proceedings brought on behalf of their clients, including making or guaranteeing loans to their clients for living expenses, because to do so would encourage the clients to pursue lawsuits that might not otherwise be brought, or because such existence gives lawyers too great a financial stake in the litigation. However, 1.8e does prevent a barrier to a number of attorneys who wish to help their indigent clients with their needs on a basic humanitarian level. A number of legal aid providers raised this concern with the ABA, and the ABA in 2020 adopted a third exception, 1.8e subsection 3, which allows for a very narrow exception for a lawyer who represents an indigent client pro bono to provide a modest gift to those clients. The ABA noted that this narrow exception to the ABA Model Rule 1.8e that provided increased access to justice to many vulnerable clients. The ABA further noted that this is a humanitarian rule, allowing attorneys to help indigent clients with basic needs without running afoul of their ethical obligations under the rules of professional conduct. In addition, the ABA added 3 significant qualifiers that limit any gift made by an attorney under this exception. First, an attorney cannot promise, assure, or imply that any such gift is available prior to the retention of the attorney or use such gift to continue that client relationship. Second, the attorney cannot seek any reimbursement of that gift from the client or anyone affiliated with that client. Third, the attorney cannot publicize the willingness to provide such gifts to the client. These 3 restrictions further limit these gifts so that they would not allow the attorney to otherwise obtain an interest in the litigation or otherwise have their professional judgment compromised by providing a gift to the client. The Legal Ethics reviewed this matter in early 2022 and discussed the importance of this amendment. It found that the new subsection 3, as outlined by the ABA, is narrow enough to avoid many of the concerns related to attorneys providing financial assistance to the clients. Of note, as the matters that this rule provides an exception for are pro bono, there is not a realistic concern about the attorney obtaining a financial interest in the litigation. Further, the narrowness of the rule avoids any potentials for champerty or maintenance to occur under this exception. The LEC also reviewed past disciplinary matters under 1.8e and noted that the limited violations that did occur were in the context of attorneys providing financial assistance to fee-paying clients, not in a pro bono context. The LEC and the BOG unanimously approved the adoption of ABA Model Rule 1.8E3 in the Oregon RPC 1.8E3, and now urges the House to adopt this change as well. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Doshi. Do we have a motion? Oh, sorry. Yeah, but if there's a motion in the room, we'll take that. Right, we have a motion from David Rosen, BOG Region 1 to move the motion. Is there a second?
I second Stephanie Engelsman, BOG Region 5.
Christopher Larson got there first. Sorry, Stephanie. Christopher Larson, Region 2, seconds. He apologizes, Stephanie. All right. Now for discussion. If you would like to speak on the motion, please click the button for the debate queue and indicate your position and location and click submit. Okay, we will start with the pro column, Victory Walker.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Please state your name and your region before you start your remarks.
Thank you. My name is Victory Walker, and I am an elected delegate from Region 3. I am a public defender. I have been a public defender for a total of 30 years, 20 of which were here in Oregon or are here in Oregon. I deal with clients who are indigent and who need help on a daily basis. It would be very beneficial to me to have this pass and to have a way that I can ethically help my clients. So many times they are in need of food or they are in need of a coat. We can always refer them to various places around our county and our city, but they're not always able to get to them. On a humanitarian level, I want to provide help to these people if I can. And to be blocked by an ethical obligation is harsh. So I'm asking that you please support this resolution because it will help us make this world a better place for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes from the con column, Blaine Pluton. And please again state your name and region.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Blaine Cluton, Region 1. I'll just start by saying that this rule exists for a good reason. I would suggest that this change is a paternalistic overreach and creepy. Clients will only go to lawyers giving money. It doesn't matter whether it's advertised or not, word will get around. This doesn't specify how the money will be paid. For example, is the money going to be paid directly to the landlord or is it going to go directly to the client? This also creates a power dynamic and begs for ethics complaints. For instance, the client will come back and say, I didn't want to take this settlement, but then I want to get my money anymore. This rule exists as a professional boundary and continued giving is going to be implied. If you fire me or don't hire me, you won't get your money. There's also no definitions on what is modest. Other items are also not defined. And what if the money is used for something unlawful like controlled substances and then there's a wrongful death claim? Will they bring the wrongful death claim against the bar or the lawyer for passing this amendment to the rule? So for these reasons and more, I would object to this change at this time based on this, the way that it's currently worded and written. Thank you.
Thank you. And moving to the other column, the chair recognizes John Bachhoffner.
John Bachhoffner, elected out-of-state delegate. I'm generally in favor of this resolution, but I do have a question. As I read the resolution, it says that the lawyer may not seek or accept reimbursement from the client, a relative of the client, or anyone affiliated with the client. My concern is, what about from the opposing party in litigation? Presumably because it says it's a gift, that shouldn't be a cost they could seek reimbursement of. But I'm asking General Counsel, at least we have a record on that, whether or not we need to make a change. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John. For the purposes of this rule, I don't perceive that to be an issue. A gift is not necessarily something that would be considered one of those costs that would be associated with litigation.
Thank you. We just have people in the other column. The chair recognizes Sonia Montalbano.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. And state your name and your region and begin your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Sonia Montalbano from Region 5. I echo John's sentiments in that I'm generally in favor of this. I represent, indigent clients and low-income clients on occasion, and it is heartbreaking not to be able to help them with basic needs. I have a couple of concerns just with how it's presently proposed. Number one, there is no definition of modest. I personally become very concerned about gifts of cash. I definitely see the point about, someone needs a coat, someone needs food, but cash makes me very concerned. There's no definition of, but again, I don't know what modest is. The other thing is I hear what Mr. Cluten is saying. I think it's hard enough now sometimes to remain, our job is to be objective and represent our clients. And sometimes that's really hard enough as it is. And I can imagine that becoming even more difficult if you become, I just see this leading to more emotional investment in a client and their well-being and their success. I think I personally would feel more comfortable if the bar had some sort of a third party administrator where people could donate money to that fund. And in terms of directing clients to someone who can provide those resources, that it doesn't have to be in person, right? But if they come with a referral from an attorney saying, I'm directing my client to them, to this third party administrator, I might feel a little more comfortable with it. But those are just my comments. But as I said, generally in favor of helping clients in any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you. We will continue in the other column, and the chair recognizes Brian Gardner. And again, please state your name and your region affiliation.
Sorry, it took a little while to join as a panelist. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
My name's Brian Gardner. I'm from Region 4, and I have some of the similar comments and experiences of other commenters. I've done indigent work as well. And from what I understand of the language of this might not apply to most people who provide indigent defense or help if they are through OPDS or if they're paid in some way, since that wouldn't be pro bono. So it doesn't address that as far as I can tell. But I had the same concerns with regards to modest, because it also includes the word rent, which can be maybe what some of us consider not modest. I was concerned that it might create pressure on this relationship to provide this if it is allowed in this way. I also was concerned that there's no reporting requirement for amounts or type of the way the money is provided, or if there's if this has been vetted through PLF or liability issues with regards to what was already brought up, should money be used in a way that could lead to some kind of potential liability of the person providing the money. So those were my concerns. I am again generally in favor. I would feel more comfortable if the language was a little tighter. Thank you.
Your comments. We remain in the other column. The chair recognizes Joseph Pucci. You have to be very close to the mic.
Morning, Joe Pucci, BOG member, Region 5.
He's going to adjust the mic just a little bit.
Highly sensitive device here. Good morning, Joe Pucci, BOG member, Region 5. I have a question, and to the extent that this is a BOG motion and I am on the BOG and I still have questions, I apologize. I hope this is for the benefit of everyone. And it is a question that's similar to what to the first question of the prior person, which is, does this actually apply to public defenders? Because what Ms. Walker was testifying about earlier, which is her desire to occasionally help a client, there is some benefit to that. But the issue with how it's written is if you're a public defender through OPDS or a private law firm paid by OPDS, you're not pro bono. So does this authorize as written or as intended public defenders who are providing indigent legal services to actually give these modest gifts?
Would you like to respond?
Yes. Thank you, Joe. And that has been a question that was actually discussed at the Legal Ethics Committee level about the language in this particular instance. A number of the variations of this language that have been adopted in Washington as well as other states do add additional clarifying comments about the definition of pro bono. But generally, when the Legal Ethics Committee were looking at this, the concept of pro bono essentially means that the client is not paying for the services. If the attorney is being paid by another organization, for instance, a public interest organization or a nonprofit legal services organization, which I would also include OPDS into, that would be considered the client still obtaining pro bono legal services, and that would put them within the context of this rule. This was an issue that was debated back and forth about trying to clarify that language, but in the end, what we saw was that pro bono essentially means the client is not paying for the services. It doesn't necessarily mean that the lawyer is receiving compensation through some other organization or some other means. And that is kind of emphasized in the additional language that the ABA put forward, where it indicates that through a nonprofit legal service, through a public interest organization, or through a law school clinical or pro bono program. So it does indicate that the lawyer may still be receiving some type of compensation, but is not directly linked to charges that are being made on the client obtaining these services.
Thank you, Ankur. And I would now encourage everyone to vote yes on this. However, I will also note that the fact that it is necessary is an indictment of our public defense system and its underfunding. And the way that we treat our public defenders is like teachers who have to buy school supplies for their children, for their students. And this is not fair to our public defenders and their goodwill that they are put in this position where they are asked and feel obligated because out of the goodness of their hearts, they want to help people. This is not fair, but we should allow them to do it if they want to.
All right, we continue in the other column, and the chair recognizes Timothy Bobian.
Thank you. I'm Timothy Bobian, bar president for the 24th Judicial District. That's Harney and Grant counties. I think the previous speaker got most of my questions addressed. Again, my concern would be for when you have indigent clients who may have some ability to pay, maybe even court ordered to pay towards their defense, but we're still court appointed through and paid by OPDS, whether that will be categorically considered pro bono or whether the attorney will have to actually find out whether they're indigent or partially indigent, or if the court even made that determination.
Thank you. Is that the conclusion of your comments, Mr. Bobian?
That does conclude them. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to the con column. We have the chair recognizes Daniel Lang.
Mute.
You're going to start
My video. Yeah, I'm ready.
Are you there, Mr. Lang?
Good morning.
Yes, please state your name and your region. Thank you.
Thank you. Danny Lang, president of the Douglas County Bar Association. And by that reason, I am an ex officio delegate from Region 3. Reluctantly, I am going to vote no. I'm for this in spirit, but I have concerns going back to, I think it was the 2018 Futures Task Force, where the concern was expressed and it was received as a valid concern, that this might promote people like recent TV ads I think we've all seen from J.G. Wentworth, get cash now. And so here's a potential route. I know there are various firewalls built into it, but somebody could say, I'm an attorney, I can be out of state, and I'm representing a pro bono person, and I'm going to channel that person through J.G. Wentworth, who has, that person's had a death in their family of a child, and we're going to offer you $1,000 in money legally through one of these advances or one of these gifts, outright gifts, if you just call J.G. Wentworth right now, or call that nominal attorney, that pro bono attorney in name, but not in fact, who then routes them to a J.G. Wentworth type of entity that's going to receive payment for referring that client to a selected law firm. And I don't think there's enough restraint, I realize there's some restraints in it, but I'm not sure that, I don't think there's enough, not enough to satisfy me that this won't be used to circumvent malfeasance use of this well-intended resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. We move back to the other column and the chair recognizes Joshua Lay.
And good morning, Joshua Lay, HOD Region 6. I echo the concerns that others have brought, that the definitions in here and the mention of pro bono would not, at least on its face, seem to include someone like myself who represents people through court-appointed work. I also work through an organization that is a nonprofit, but have a private firm. So I mean, just a plain reading of the rule, I don't think in its current form would permit me to make modest gifts under this. But I did have a clarifying question on 1.8. It mentions a prohibition on financial assistance to clients. And I wonder if in its current form, 1.8 would prohibit a lawyer from making a gift of a jacket directly to a client, as an example, or perhaps food directly, sharing a meal with the client. I imagine those things aren't prohibited, but if they are, I might want to make a motion to amend.
Would you like to address that?
Yes, there you go. Thank you for your comments. Generally, it's been seen in terms of litigation. 1.8E does prevent an attorney from giving those types of gifts, with the exception of the two exceptions under 1.8E1 and E2. This is the reason that a number of public interest groups brought up the request for this particular rule. When we were discussing this rule in the Legal Ethics Committee, I always brought it up as kind of the sandwich rule, in the sense that you really realistically cannot be allowed to buy a sandwich for your client in those types of representational purposes because of this rule. The reason it came to the Legal Ethics Committee specifically was there was a member who was asking about whether or not they could pay for bus fare for their indigent client to appear at a hearing that the client was required to appear for in order to avoid suffering from consequences by making a non-appearance. And that's the reason that was one of the many examples that was provided to us about the reason that this rule did need to go forward, and part of the reason why the ABA sought to put this additional exception within 1.8E.
Thank you.
Okay, I see no more discussion. With no further discussion, we will proceed to the vote. Oh, my apologies. To the con column, the chair recognizes Greg Rayburn.
Hello, Greg Rayburn, Region 8. Greg Rayburn, Region 8. I'm generally in favor of this, but somebody brought up something that made me concerned about modest and cash gifts. I know among indigent clients that substance abuse is a problem for many, and I think it could reflect badly on the bar if it came out that one of our members was contributing to furthering someone's addiction in that manner. That is all.
All right, I see no further discussion. What? There's a amendment to be considered. The chair recognizes John Bachhoffner under the other column.
Based on the.
Can you please state your name and your
yes,
region, please?
John Bachhoffner, out of state elected delegate. Based on the concerns raised about the lack of definition for modest, I propose that we amend the resolution to include another paragraph that says modest means not to exceed $250.
Thank you. I think we need a moment to get that posted. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, one second. We're going to get the language to Mr. Doshi. You have to approve the language. And get it on the website. I believe we need to get this amendment language on the website for everybody in Zoom to see. So one moment, please. Should be posted virtually momentarily, so please bear with us. No, somebody's seen it yet. Appreciate your continued patience for getting the language updated still. Your amendment posted rather. The modest means not to exceed 250. Okay, I'm going to draw your attention back. The amendment is now posted under BOG Resolution 2, under Romanet 4, modest means not to exceed $250. So I believe we need a second for this amendment. Is there a second?
Stephanie Engelsman, Bog Region 5. I'll second this.
We will now open this up for discussion. Please refresh, and if you have comments on a pro, con, or other, please add yourself to the queue, the debate queue. And again, this is comment on the amendment made by Mr. Bachhoffner and seconded by Ms. Engelsman. We'll start with the con column. The chair recognizes David Rosen.
On? Check. Okay, great. David Rosen, Region 1, BOG member. I appreciate all the comments, and I think John's amendment is well reasoned for the concern, but I also think that there's a lot of us that are not affected by this rule. A lot of us who are making, who are voting on this are not going to be the ones who are going to be offering this aid. And so I want to be cognizant of the individuals who came to ethics to have this rule changed and not be a heavy hand in interfering with that. I think there are concerns, they've been noted. I think it's a bit of an 80-20 situation, or a more likely a 95-5 situation, where there are concerns, but they are in the minority of issues, and we shouldn't let that protract us from moving forward with a situation that clearly needs to be addressed. So I would be against the amendment, but in favor of the resolution. Thank you.
We will move to the other column, and the chair recognizes John Bachhoffner. You've declined. Okay. Well, yes, we're taking you off the queue. Then the chair recognizes Bina Han.
Good morning. My apologies. I had a question about the.
You state your name and your region, please, Bina.
Ooh, thank you. My name is Bina Han, and I am part of Region 4. And I had a question, not about the amendment, but about the resolution in general. So if you could maybe add me to after the amendment has been discussed.
So yeah, you'll have to re-add yourself if and when we go back to the original resolution.
I will. Thank you.
So we will continue with the other column, and the chair recognizes Christopher Hill. Oh, you need to be, can you, oh, you're declining? Okay. We will continue with the other column. The chair recognizes Emil Ali.
Good morning, everyone. Emil Ali, the out-of-state region. I simply wanted to comment on the resolution to try to get it, or the amendment to try to get it to conform to the general nomenclature of the rules of professional conduct, whether it's based on the ABA model rules or Oregon's version. So for example, when you are defining something, it should either be in rule 1.0 or it should be set off and say for purposes of this rule. So I would just simply ask that if you are to be defining modest, that it be set off similar to where it says financial assistance under this rule may be provided. It should say for purposes of this rule, modest means not to exceed $250.
I need to clarify if you're attempting to amend or if you're making comment.
For right now, I'll just make comment.
Thank you very much for your comment. Okay, hold on a second. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, hold on. So first go to the mic, identify yourself, your region. This isn't comment. We're gonna hash this out. Just one second. Just 1 second, John.
In normal context. Yeah, you would add language, yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Bachhoffner. Please continue.
John Bachhoffner, elected out-of-state delegate. My apologies to everyone. It's not my intent to delay things, but I saw the concern that was there. I would consider that to be a friendly amendment to insert at the beginning of my proposed amendment for the purposes of this rule, comma, and then what I already have there.
Stephanie, do you accept this? Sorry, Stephanie Inglesman, do you accept this friendly amendment?
I do. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll have the updated friendly amendment language added. So bear with us for a moment.
Just for clarification purposes, I'm going to send over the language, but the language would be for the purposes of this rule in front of modest means not to exceed 250.
What's up? Okay. All right, the friendly amendment to the amendment is now posted. And we will return to the discussion and we will return to the con column, and the chair recognizes Leslie Johnson. Step very close to the mic.
Leslie Johnson, elected delegate, Region 5. I rise to speak against the amendment. I want to second the comments of Mr. Rosen that I think we should have respect for the process. What happens at the ABA level to generate these model rules by people who are well informed on the subject and have done research and have a lot of information about the circumstances that it's meant to address. And then here at the OSB level, to look at the model rule and consider how it applies here. I also want to point out that this rule is not meant to incentivize or promote making gifts that weren't already being made. It's meant to create a safe harbor for a situation that all of us know occurs from our friends who have represent indigent clients or are public defenders and are faced with situations where there's an extreme need and there's a moment, there's an moment or an opportunity that the lawyer can make their client more comfortable in some modest way that doesn't have a gross impact on the lawyer's means, but it promotes the safety or comfort, even just in a moment for an indigent client. So I urge that we get on with a vote to the amendment and vote against the amendment and get to the main resolution and approve the resolution. Thank you.
We'll move to the other column and the chair recognizes Stephen Seal.
Good morning, is my audio working?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you everyone. Steve Seal, elected member, Region 5. I have, first I think that Leslie Johnson's point was very good and I'm somewhat persuaded and I'm afraid of having too many cooks in the kitchen. But if this amendment is going to go forward, I would like a point of clarification on if there is a way to index it so that 5 years from now when $250 is when inflation changes the value of that, we don't have to come back and revisit the rules. I don't know if there's a possibility of a friendly amendment to fix that, or if this is just simply overcomplicating things. But without indexing, I'm inclined to vote against the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Just we would go by the text of the rule, and since the text of the amendment does not have any index or any other indication of increase, it would be set at the limit of 250.
All right, returning to the con column, the chair recognizes Melissa Parker.
Stand on the tape. Can everybody hear me? Okay, good. I'm Melissa Parker. I'm the Marion County Bar President, so I believe that puts me in Region 6. Sorry, I'm new at this. So I am an indigent defense attorney. I have been for about 13 years, and you will see me in the con column because the idea of giving cash money to any of my clients gives me grave concern. So I absolutely understand the sentiment. I absolutely want to buy my clients coats and Uber trips away from the jail and shoes and all the things, but it gives me serious concern with this very vulnerable population to give them cash money because either they will use it themselves for detrimental things or they will be preyed upon by their peers for detrimental reasons. We see this all the
I
time.
might invite you to, we're taking discussion on the amendment only at this moment. Okay.
So because of that, I have concerns about that amendment. I would urge an additional amendment or an amendment to the amendment. I'm not sure about the process of that. I apologize. Simply excluding cash gifts. That would be my primary reason for being con on this particular amendment. I don't know how to accommodate that or accomplish that.
So I'm clarifying that you are making a motion to amend the amendment.
Yes, to exclude cash gifts.
Okay, I believe we need you to do the amendment form and bring it to Mr. Doshi. Right up here. So, yep. It's confusing for all of us. That's why I'm
Apologize for the clumsy.
We're taking this in motion. All right, we have a motion to amend the amendment. One moment, please, while we update the language. Hold on. You're not accepting this as a friendly amendment. Okay. We need to post it first. Yeah, we have to post it first, so everybody. Once it gets posted, we'll entertain a motion for a second. Give us just a moment. Ms. Parker, can you come up for a second? A question. I appreciate everybody's patience, so bear with us. Okay. Yep. Yep, we sure are. Let me know when it's up. All right. Ah. What we got? All right, the amendment to the amendment is now posted on the resolution page, and we would entertain a second on the amendment to the amendment. Is there a second? Ginsburg. Mark Ginsburg, Region 5 seconds. We will now move to voting on the amendment to the amendment. I'm sorry, just kidding. Welcome to my TED Talk on Robert's Rules of Order. We will now move to the debate portion. We will clear the queue. So if you are on the queue now, we will clear your name. You'll have to re-sign up for pro, con, or other for the amendment to the amendment. Okay, so these are comments. These are discussion on the amendments to the amendments. We will start with checking the con column. James Lake Paraguay. Please identify yourself and your region and begin your remarks.
Hello, I'm Lake Paraguay, Region 5. And I'm against the amendment, one, because the amendment isn't clear whether the $250 is cumulative or whether we can make many gifts of $250. I'm speaking against the amendment. I like it a little bit more vague, and I like the freedom for lawyers to be able to help their clients. And it seems like as we're amending it, it's getting...
I have to interrupt you. This is on this discussion on the amendment to the amendment, not the $250. This is on whether it's a cash gift.
Okay, I vote no then.
All right. If you want to rejoin the other category, the other discussion, if we need to get there again, you're welcome to rejoin that queue. But
okay, I urge a no vote on this as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Lake.
Oh.
Right, returning to the other column for the amendment on the amendment, which is about the cash gifts. Chair recognizes Sonia Montalbano.
Hi, Sonia Montalbano again, Region 5. I just had a question about the amendment to the amendment, but I think it goes to what I'm not starting my video. I'm home. No, with a broken foot. So I'm just wondering. I just don't know if this means it's a maximum or not. So if you can clarify it, council can clarify it, then I would vote in support of the amendment and call the question.
So again, the amendment about the amendment is specifically about cash gifts, not about the amount. So I believe since we're still on the amendment to the amendment,
okay,
cash gifts, I think that is where the discussion remains.
The way the amendment is phrased is that it may not include cash gifts. You can see it on the resolutions page. For the purposes of this rules, modest means not to exceed $250 and may not include cash gifts.
And the amendment that we are discussing now is about the phrase cash may not include cash gifts. With that, we return to the other column. I believe it is Emmett Klepper.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Please state your name and your region and start your remarks.
I'm a Klepper, elected member from Region 5. I'd like to comment that I believe that the amendment to the amendment, in addition to the amendment, confuses the issue for all of us. I believe these are actually two separate points that should be considered separately. The the cash limitation, and then also the number amount that we were talking about. And so I believe that these should probably be handled as separate motions. But in order to be able to do that, I believe that we should go ahead and move to vote on the amendment to the amendment as it stands, so that we can go ahead and figure out if this is a thing that we want to have as a single item, or if we want to split them into separate motion, separate topics to discuss. But I'd also like to comment that I think that at least from my read, there's some concern about the cash gifts provision, or the cash provision that this seems to alleviate, but doesn't address the concerns that might come along with having a specific number that isn't defined, whether it's cumulative or not, and also the indexing problem that was mentioned before. And so I would like to move to go ahead and vote on this issue and be able to separate them out.
Okay, thank you. I am going to clarify that you've moved to terminate debate.
Yes, thank you.
Is there a second to terminate debate?
On the amendment to the amendment in particular, not the entire thing.
Debate on the amendment to the amendment. The chair recognizes Joe Pucci, Region 5, who seconds that motion to terminate debate on the amendment to the amendment, which is about cash gifts specifically. Okay. Are there any objections? Okay, we will now vote to terminate. No, we vote on the second amendment. Okay, we will now vote on the second amendment. I'm sorry. We are now voting to amend the amendment on the motion to amend the second motion. Amendment, sorry. We're voting to.
Point of order. Not if anybody objects. Oh, it's unanimous consent.
Yep. Parliamentarian. Okay. All right. Where did we leave off?
You're voting.
All right. All right. Now we are going to vote on the amendment to the amendment, which is whether we can provide, whether cash gifts can be provided, and we will launch the voting page.
On the page itself, on the voting page, it says the vote is on the entire amendment, on the first and second amendment, and really the vote should be on the motion to amend the original amendment to add the language and may not include cash gifts. So the voting page has to reflect that the vote is being taken on the motion to amend the amendment. Is somebody working on that? Okay.
Bear with us, we'll get that language proper. All right, we will get the webpage updated, and I will provide further clarification and instruction as requested. Would you be willing to read the language that we'd be voting on in the amendment to read the amendment? Okay, to clarify what a yes vote would mean, because you've got it up in front of you. Okay. All right, bear with us. We're still trying to get the language on the website updated. Here we go. It's up, right? Okay. All right. The voting platform to amend the amendment is up. Mr. Doshi will clarify what a yes vote means on the amendment to the amendment.
So for the purposes of this motion is to accept the amendment to the amendment. The language that would be accepted by voting yes would include the words and may not include cash gifts into subsection 4, which is currently language that is being proposed as the amendment. So this particular provision, a vote for yes would be to include the language and may not include cash gifts. A vote for no would be not to include that language in the proposal that's set forth.
Right, voting is open and will be open for 30 seconds. All right, 5 seconds. All right, voting is now closed. The amendment to the amendment to include the language and may not include cash gifts passes 51.6%. I'm sorry, wait, sorry, okay. 67 to 63. Just point of clarification so that now it's part of the amendment. Okay, now we return to the First Amendment. The First Amendment. Okay, and we can, Mr. Doshi, would you again just clarify the
Debate will
second
now,
motion?
debate will now resume on subsection 4 amendment. The subsection 4 amendment is for the purposes of this rule, modest means not to exceed $250 and may not include cash gifts.
So now we will reopen the discussion. Thank you. We'll reopen the discussion on the amendment as amended. So if you want to be pro, con, or other, please join the queue Join the. Yeah.
I'm used to the former way. It won't let me get into the.
It should be up now. You should be able.
It's open now. You may join pro, con, or other. We will start in the con column. Chair recognizes Victory Walker. Never mind. All right. The chair recognizes James Klonowski.
Hello, you see me okay? This is James Klonowski, goes by Jake from Region 8. I got a confirmation that I'm being heard.
Yes, thank you. You may proceed.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just joined quickly to share my sympathy with the spirit of this resolution, and I'm very supportive of the intent for helping indigent clients. But I do think there's a tremendous trickiness in the wording. And while I understand that there might be some leeriness in this group about general terms like modest, I'm actually much more worried about a specific dollar amount, especially 250, which I don't consider to be that modest personally. And I just harken back to some time I spent with the Navy in Naples, Italy, where housing allowances were specifically pegged to a rank of an individual that was renting the house. And it was amazing that every time that you went to rent a new place, the landlord would use small talk to find out your rank, and the amount that the apartment or house would be rented for was somehow magically specifically tied to the exact amount that your maximum overseas housing allowance was pegged at. So while I'm very sympathetic to the idea of trying to get clarity, lawyers of course love clarity and wording. I much prefer to leave flexibility to an experienced lawyer rather than spell things out too clearly for the rare client that might try to take advantage of this rule, especially, I guess we've excluded cash, but especially with a large amount like up to $250. So I guess I would urge no to this specific amendment, but I am supportive again of the resolution overall and trust in attorneys to be able to make decisions within reasonableness on what modest means. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The chair will now move to the other column and recognizes Gabriel Chase.
Gabriel Chase, BOG, Region 5. I would move to call the question.
Clarifying you're moving to terminate debate.
That's correct.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? I'm sorry, oh, yeah. Christopher Lifeson, Region. Yes, I'm just getting a second first. A second. Okay. Thank you for the second. Is there any objections to ending debate on the amendment? Wait, whoa. Okay, first you need to state your name and your region. Come up to the microphone, state your name and region, and say that you object. Oh, wait, oh, but he, okay. Yes, but I thought we had to record him objecting. Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay. So now we are just voting on ending debate. All right. We're now going to vote on ending debate on the amendment. Only one amendment. You got to give him a second. Oh, here. It hasn't been posted yet. Yeah. All right, we're still waiting for the voting platform for the to end debate. Bunker needs you. Apologies, we're working on getting the voting platform up for the voting to end debate. Until then, enjoy the rain. You already figure out 2/3. Okay. There's 140 on screen, but then there's everybody in the room. Oh, it should. Yeah, you're right. It should include because everybody logs in. People would have to do a roll call. Debate. Mhm. All right, I'm going to ask everybody to refresh their page. We have a vote on ending debate. I'm going to just due to technical issues, I'm going to clarify that this is the vote to end debate on the amendment, not on the actual resolution. So please vote. We have 30 seconds. I don't know what that means. Or back and forth. All right, 5 more seconds, please. All right, voting is ended. We have 115 votes yes. No, 128. Sorry, I got to refresh. My apologies. There are 128 votes to end. Voting has closed. 130 votes to end discussion on the amendment. Okay, now we will vote to move on the amendment. Mr. Doshi will refresh our recollection on what that amendment is.
So the vote will be for amendment to add subsection 4 to RPC 8, 1.8A3. Subsection 4 would add the following language. For the purposes of this rules, modest means not to exceed $250 and may not include cash gifts. A vote yes would be to include this language in the RPC. Vote no would be to keep the prior resolution language with just 3 subsections.
Just one moment while we get that voting platform set up. All right, the voting platform is now available. It will be 30 seconds to vote. Correct. Correct. All right. Give 5 seconds to finish voting, please. All right, voting has closed. The amendment has 70 votes and no. I keep voting after I say closed. Okay, there are 72 yes votes and 68 no votes, so the amendment passes. All right. Now we are back to the resolution as amended, and we will return to discussion about the resolution with as amended. So if you have discussion, you will need to add your name to the pro, con, or other queue. Once that is up. All right, debate queue is available. If you wish to speak on the resolution as amended, please do so pro, con, or other. All right, we will start with other, and the chair recognizes Nicholas Yanchar. And please identify yourself and your region.
Nicholas Yancho, Region 5. So I actually am proposing an amendment as well. I'm remote. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to submit that. I'm sorry to all my colleagues, but I have an amendment to propose, and it is to Section 4. So since it's been adopted, I've moved to amend Section 4 to read, modest means not to exceed a maximum per client of $250, not to include cash gifts.
Nicholas, can you submit the amendment to amend@osbar.org via email, and I can have the exact text of it put in?
I'm sorry, what was the email?
On the
The email address is amend@osbar.org.
at osbar.org.
Hello?
We need you to email your amendment to that email address.
Are you there?
Can you hear us? So
Hello?
the address to send it to is amend, AMEND, @osbar.org. We will update the site, but the amendment submitted by Nick is adding the words to subsection 4 to from modest means not to exceed $250. This amendment would add modest means not to exceed and would add a maximum per client of $250. A maximum per client of.
Okay, so the amended language is up on the resolution. Oh, not yet. Sorry, my apologies. Think it's up? No. Yeah, maximum of clients, $250 may not include cash gifts. I think it's up.
Just a point of order on the amendment, there is a comma where there was not one in my amendment. So on the amendment, it does say, for the purpose of this rule, comma, modest means not to exceed, comma. There's no comma after exceed in my amendment.
Thank you, Nicholas. We just let that be a typo.
I apologize. I just want to be clear.
Sure. Second the motion and then discussion, right? Okay. The amendment is on the resolution page. The extraneous comma has been removed. It is item Romanet 4. For the purpose of this rule, modest means may not exceed a maximum per client of $250 and may not include cash gifts. Is there a second? You'll have to stand, say your name and your region, and that you second. Greg Rayburn, Region 8, seconds. Is there discussion? We will open up the debate, the discussion queue for discussion on this amendment. Debate queue, I believe, is open. I think this is the previous queue, though. Need to clear that queue. All right. All right, the queue is open. And we have other. And the chair recognizes Leanne Donaldson.
Point of order, where are we?
This is discussion on the amendment that is posted.
Leanne Donaldson, Region 5. Thank you all for being here and thinking about the intended purposes of this resolution. At this time, even though this is discussion for the amendment by Mr. Yanchar, I don't think this is the right time, but I would like you to consider to move this back to committee to really hash this out without the time constraints that we have today. There are lots of things that we need to consider. The Ethics Committee has more input, and also the Policy and Governance Committee on the BOG would be an appropriate place to have a work session on this. And that is my other for the point.
So welcome to my second TED Talk of Robert's
I
Rules of
know,
Order. So we need to finish this motion before you can move.
I call the
to-
question.
Okay. No, you can't comment. So, okay.
Right, so we vote on this amendment.
Yes, so I would like to, I got this. All right, I'm just clarifying that you're moving to terminate debate on the amendment.
Yes.
Is there a second to terminate? Chair recognizes Rong Chen, Region 5. Are there any objections to terminating debate on this amendment? I hear none. All right.
I've tried to object digitally.
Yeah, I think Robert's objecting.
Robert is objecting. Okay. Robert Coach. Oh, Robert Shuloff. I'm sorry, who's objecting? Can you identify yourself?
Sure, it's Robert Koch. I'm the ex officio member from the constitutional law section.
Okay. So now we will continue discussion. No. No, I'm. All right, now we have to vote to end debate. Yep, thank you. All right. So give us. Yep, so give us a moment. This would be a vote to end debate on the amendment. Give us a second to put up the voting platform. We're still waiting for the voting platform to end debate.
Is it possible to make a point of order?
Go ahead.
Is it possible that Leanne could withdraw her call of the question and allow Robert to speak? He was on the queue for asking a question, and then maybe we could avoid this vote.
No. Unfortunately not. All right, the voting platform to end debate is active. We have 30 seconds to vote whether to end debate on the amendment. I'm sorry. Hold on. Just hold on. Yeah, vote on ending debate.
Yeah,
We don't have this specific language pre-set up. This is voting on ending debate.
Vote is, I recognize it says it has been moved and seconded.
Yes, the heading is vote on ending debate. All right, 5 seconds, please. All right, voting has ended. All right, there are 104 votes to end debate, 9 votes to not end debate. Debate will end on the amendment. Okay, we now go back to discussion. Nope, just kidding. All right, now we're going back to vote on the amendment. Resolution as amended. Correct? I will listen to the parliamentarian. Thank you for the audience participation. So, okay. Just on the amendment. Okay, we are back. We are back to the most recent amendment. Mr. Doshi will refresh our recollection.
Vote is on. Vote is on for the amendment. The amendment is to add the words not to, sorry, the amendment is to add a maximum per client of to subsection 4. This would change the resolution subsection 4 to read, for the purposes of this rule, modest means not to exceed a maximum per client of $250 and may not include cash gifts. A vote yes will vote to keep that language in the amendment. A vote no would revert back to the prior language for subsection 4.
We will. We're just voting. Once the voting platform is up, I will announce the 30-second start. That's right. Which is what we're voting on now.
Is not under vote right now.
Already voted. There's been a lot of voting. It's okay. All right. Voting is up. Please, 30 seconds begins now. All right, voting is ended. Rush one more time. There were 72 votes in support of the amendment, 50 votes against the amendment. That means the amendment passes. Now we go back to the resolution as amended. So if you return to your resolutions page, and we will open it up for discussion. And if you would like to rejoin the queue for pro, con, or other, make comment on the resolution as amended, please do so now. As soon as we get up the discussion queue. Yep. We're just waiting for the debate queue to come back up. We are waiting for the discussion queue to come up. Yep. Don't press anything. If you would like to speak on pro, con, or other, please add your name to the queue. Okay. Looking at all the speakers being in the other column, the chair will recognize Robert Koch.
Hi, Robert Koch, ex officio member on behalf of the Constitutional Law section. I was actually just hoping to ask a clarifying question about the prior amendment. I understood that amendment to clarify the ambiguity as to whether whether you were talking about the total amount to an individual client or the size of each individual gift. I still read that as potentially ambiguous as to whether modest is modifying each gift or the total number of gifts. I was hoping to propose a friendly amendment to insert the word total before maximum. I think it's probably procedurally too late to do that. So to clarify what I still view as a potential ambiguity, I move to insert the word total before maximum.
Yeah, you need to go through the whole process that Mr.
Yeah, I'm afraid, I was afraid of that, but I still read it as potentially ambiguous. And so I think just for clarity, it would make sense to be as specific as possible.
Okay, the chair is going to recognize Helen Hirschbill here.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm sorry that this is so loud. I'm not sure why it is so loud. As you can see, this is not the best forum in which to draft and amend rules of professional conduct. And so I might suggest, rather than continuing amendments, to go back to what Leanne was suggesting before, which is to refer this back to committee with it to come up with a revised language for the House of Delegates to consider next year that would address the concerns that have been raised by this body thus far. Because you, I'm sure, are not the only person who may have additional changes that they would want to make. So just a suggestion to keep things moving, as this is not really the best forum in which to be drafting rules of professional conduct or making amendments to rules of professional conduct. So if I cannot make a motion, but if somebody.
Yeah, and just a point of clarification before we get there, if this is the way that we are going to move forward, Robert, you'd need to withdraw your motion for the friendly amendment.
I mean, I think it,
No, you don't
I'm comfortable with the clarification if, so I actually would like to, I'd be fine to move forward if we vote to clarify, but so I actually don't withdraw my motion. But there may not be a second. I can't see the room.
Okay, so there can't be a second until you submit your language to Mr. Doshi via email.
Okay.
And that would be amend@osbar.org.
Amend@osbar.org. I went ahead and sent it, so it should hopefully come through.
Thank you, Robert. I received your amendment. I'm sending it over to be posted.
Thank you.
Oops. The amended language has been updated on the resolution page. Oops. The resolution language has been updated to reflect the amendment by Robert. Go back to discussion. All right, we will now open the debate queue on Robert's amendment of inserting the word total before the word maximum. Oh, I think it wasn't, because we do the second after. Sorry for the delay. All right, do we have a second to Robert's amendment to insert the word total before the word maximum? Is there a second? Oh, all right. The chair recognizes Elizabeth Knight online as seconding. Elizabeth Knight, I believe, is from Region 5.
Can you hear me, President?
Yes.
I was not seconding. I was trying to raise my hand to find out how I could move along the lines of what Helen Hirschfield suggested, that we bump this to committee. So I do not second the amendment.
All right, so there was not a second. You would have to join the queue. So is there a second for Robert's amendment to insert the word total before the word maximum? Is there a second? Hearing. Bina, are you seconding online?
Yes, if you can hear me, Bina Han, Region 4, I am seconding.
Thank you, Bina. All right, we will now move to the discussion of the amendments to insert the word total. If you have discussion, please insert yourself into the queue. Start with pros though, I mean cons. All right, starting with the con column, the chair recognizes Robert Schuloff.
Hi. I'm just going to move that we end debate and vote on it.
All right. Yeah, so you were in the con column, Robert.
So I'm against it and I move that we vote on it.
Good recovery. Parliamentarian?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Thank you. Are there any objections to terminating debate? Hearing none, debate is terminated. We return to the voting on the amendments as presented by Robert, inserting the word total before the word maximum. We will get the voting queue up and running to vote on the amendments of the insertion of the word total before the word maximum. Oh, there it is. All right. The voting platform for the amendment to the amended resolution is live. Ankur will remind us what a yes vote means, and then voting will proceed.
For the purpose of this vote, a yes vote would change subsection 4 to change modest from an uppercase to a lowercase m, and would also add the word total to the language to change the language of subsection 4 for the purposes of this rule. Modest means not to exceed a total maximum per client of $250 and may not include cash gifts. A vote for yes would adopt those changes. A vote no would keep the prior language for subsection 4.
All right, voting is open for 30 seconds. All right, last 5 seconds for voting. All right, voting has ended. There are 59 yes votes for the amendment, 53 no votes. The amendment passes. The resolution now has 2 amendments. We will return to the resolution with its 2 amendments as adopted. We debate the overall resolution. Okay. All right, we will now return to discussion of the resolution with its 2 amendments. If you wish to join the debate queue for the resolution with its 2 amendments, please do so now or as soon as the debate queue is open. All right, the debate queue is open. All right. We have first speaker in the pro column is Leanne Donaldson.
Good afternoon, Leanne Donaldson, Region 5 BOG member. I am standing in support of the resolution as amended. It is not perfect, but if we vote for it today and support it today, we will have some tools to help our clients, our indigent clients for the next year. And that is, we can provide them food and bus tickets and things like that, which we weren't allowed to do before. And so I ask that you support the resolution, and knowing that your Board of Governors will continue to work to clean up the language, to clarify some of the ambiguities in the following year. So vote yes.
Thank you. Moving to the con column, I recognize Victory Walker.
Victory Walker, elected delegate, Region 3. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I find myself very conflicted at this moment. What the last speaker had to say is very appropriate. But at the same time, I find that the number of amendments that have been made to this resolution has now rendered it so horrible for those of us who are out here in the field that I don't even know if we'll want to do it anymore. And here's why. Right now, it's tied our hands. We can't just give. We now have to purchase something, which takes more of our time, which, in case you haven't noticed, public defenders don't have enough of as is. Second of all, we now have to keep a log of how much we spend on each client for accounting purposes to somebody at some point. Third, if we have a gift of clothing, for example, we're now going to have to go get a value on that before we give it away. Again, more time that we really don't have. This effectively red tapes us to death on giving to our clients. As much as I hate it at this point, I am hoping that someone will make that motion to send it back to committee so it can be worked on. As I said, I'm very conflicted on this because I want to be able to help my clients now. I don't want to have to wait another year to be able to help them. Those points are well taken. But I also really, really do not like the motion the way it is right now. Thank you.
All right, moving to the other column, Chair recognizes Joshua Lay.
Joshua Lay, HUD Region 6. I am here to make that motion. I move to commit the current proposal.
Yeah, your name and your region, Ron. Ron Chang, Region 5 moves to second. We move to discussion. Then we can move back to the debate queue. We will clear the queue, create another discussion queue to move this to refer to committee. Give us a minute to set that queue up. All right. Is this the fresh debate queue? All right. This is the debate queue to refer this resolution back to committee. I recognize Steve Berman. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. I didn't refresh my page. We will start with Pro Robert Schuloff.
Okay, so understanding that we're now debating whether we should send it back to committee, I'm in favor of sending it back to committee, and so move that we vote on it.
I'm clarifying that you're moving to terminate debate.
I am.
Is there a second to terminate debate? Ron Chang from Region 5 seconds the motion to terminate debate. Are there any objections? I see no objections. Unanimous consent. Debate ends. We go to vote. And we will go back to vote to refer the resolution back to committee, as amended back to committee. So we will now set up the voting platform to vote on sending the resolution as amended back to committee. And it's already on your screens and up. And 30 seconds begins now. Uh, 5 seconds, please. All right, voting has ended. Let me refresh. There are 104 votes yes, 18 votes no. The motion passes. The resolution as amended will go back to committee. Okay. I'm going to go a little off script, just informal poll. It'll be hard to get people online. Informal poll of who wants to take a brief break. There's a lot of yeses online. How long though? Like, would you say? Let's take a 15-minute break. We will come back here at, somebody help me out here, 12:40.
Can we order some pizza? I'll chip in. Who wants to chip in for pizza? Raise your hand.
Not a bad idea.
All right. Do I have a second?
We have to take it to discussion, Vanessa. Too soon.
Seriously.
Did a lot today.
Hold on to that. Brother, we're not even like a quarter of the way.
We're happy to.
Right here.
I'm trying. Pizza on the way for about 35, 40 minutes.
Warning, 2-minute warning, 2 minutes.
Yeah, I see she checked out because I asked her. Oh, no. Oh. Yeah.
Start to take your seats or rejoin the Zoom, please.
You wanna?
Get everybody from the outside to come in. This. All right. Nope. Great, I'm gonna bring it back to order. Bringing the meeting back to order. Everybody chance to settle in and we will resume in about 30 seconds with BOG resolution number 3. We've got the list up here. I think we're. Okay. All right. We are ready to resume from our informal break. We are going to continue with BOG resolution number 3 with Leanne Donaldson, who's not here. All right. Please hold. Can we just skip around? Gabe's not here either. All right. Hold on. We were not out of session. We took an informal break and we are ready to resume. Next up is BOG resolution number 3, which will be presented by Leanne Donaldson, BOG Region 5.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your attention throughout this afternoon. I had a 2-page little blip that I was going to say about the resolution 3. I'm Leanne Donaldson and I represent Region 5, the Oregon State Bar Board of Governors. I have the pleasure today of carrying BOG resolution number 3, support for adequate funding for the judicial branch. The Board of Governors has now resolved that the proposed resolution be approved by you, the House of Delegates. I so now move.
Seconds. Sorry. We will now move to debate or discussion on the issue, on the resolution. We'll wait a second here for the discussion queue to open. There it is. Debate queue is open. Please join if you have a pro, con, or other on Ms. Donaldson's resolution. Okay, I see one pro. The chair recognizes Robert Schulhoff.
Am I on?
You are on. Please state your name and region and proceed.
Robert Schulhoff, House State Delegate. I support this and recommend that we move it to a vote. Move that we move it to a vote.
Are you saying you would like to terminate debate?
I am.
Is there a second? Joe Pucci, Region 5, seconds. Are there any objections to moving this to vote? Sorry, end debate. Thank you. Hearing no objections, we will move to vote on the resolution. Please give us a moment to get the voting platform up. All right, the voting platform is up. It is open for 30 seconds. Please vote. Voting will end in 5 seconds. All right, voting is closed. Refresh. I see 108 votes yes, no, 0 no votes. The resolution passes. Thank you. All right, moving on to BOG Resolution number 4, which will be presented by Gabriel Chase, BOG Region 5.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabriel Chase, and I represent Region 5 on the Oregon State Bar's Board of Governors. I have the pleasure today of carrying BOG Resolution number 4 to accept the OSB Administrative Law Section Final Agency Order Work Group Report and Recommendations. The Board of Governors has now resolved that the proposed resolution be approved by you, the House of Delegates. In 2020, the House of Delegates directed the Administrative Law Section to organize a work group of practitioners, administrative law judges, court staff, and others as appropriate to review and consider issues involving judicial review of final orders and contested case proceedings with the intent of making recommendations to the House of Delegates at its next meeting in 2021. In response to the House of Delegates directive, the Administrative Law Section convened a work group during the spring of 2022. The work group, made up members of the Administrative Law Executive Committee, was informed by judges and staff from the Oregon Court of Appeals and Oregon Judicial Department and the Oregon Office of Administrative Hearings and the original proponent of the resolution. The work group focused on the Court of Appeals efforts to decrease the use of affirmance without opinions, or AWOPs, and focused on the development and use of a proposed non-precedential memorandum opinions for final agency orders. After review, the work group made 5 recommendations that may be found in the report. These recommendations included, among others, support for additional resources for Oregon's court system, the introduction of non-precedential memorandum opinions to increase the number of explanatory opinions on judicial review of final orders and contested cases of administrative agencies, while recommending the OSB Administrative Law Section periodically monitor its effectiveness. On behalf of the Oregon State Bar's Board of Governors, I urge the HOD to accept the Board of Governors Resolution number 4 and accept the OSB Administrative Law Section Final Agency Order Work Group Report and recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second? David Rosen, Region 1, seconds. Thank you. We will move to discussion. We will get the discussion queue up, and you can choose if you choose to comment, pro, con, or other momentarily. Debate queue is up. And in the, just double check here. In the other column, I see Victory Walker. I recognize you, Victory Walker, if you would like to state your name and region and proceed with your comments.
Victory Walker, elected delegate, Region 3. I'm sorry for taking up so much time today. I do, however, have a point of order, point of clarification. Do we have a quorum?
Just remind. For those of you online, will you please raise your hand if you are a voting member of the HOD, and please raise your hand in the room if you are a voting member as well. We will give us a moment to take count. But they're going to have to scroll through and count those. Oh, there I see. Oh, I see. It's 18 in here.
Are you a voting member of the HOD?
19. Oh, 20. In the room, that's 81, that's 101. People in the room can put their hands down, sorry. Thank you.
For those on the screen.
Yes, for those of you on the screen, can you please keep your hands up while we The number keeps fluctuating a little bit. Please keep your hands up or re-raise them if you had them previously raised. One more time, please. It's 112.
For those of you on the screen.
Yeah, sorry, on the screen, raise your hand one more time. Room can put your hands down. Thank you. We get 91. Oh, but 91, okay. 91, 92,
Plus 22.
92 plus 22, 114, we have quorum.
Thank you. I'm very glad to hear that, as I am in support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Refreshing the page for comments, for discussion on BOG resolution number 4 is presented by Mr. Chase. I see no other hands, or I'm sorry, nobody else in the queue for discussion. So we will move to vote on BOG resolution number 4. Give us a moment to put up the voting platform. The voting platform is up. This is to vote in favor of BOG resolution number 4. Voting ends in 30 seconds. Voting will end in 5 seconds. All right, voting is closed. All right, 111 votes yes, 3 votes no. The resolution passes. Thank you. Right. Next up is delegate resolution number 1, presented by Danny Lang, ex officio delegate from Region 3. Mr. Lang. All right, welcome back, Mr. Lang. Please state your name and region and proceed with your resolution.
Are you ready for my presentation?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Danny Lang. I'm president of the Douglas County Bar Association, and I'm appearing today as an ex officio delegate in Region 3. I was the proponent of HOD resolution number 5, which resulted in the report that you just approved nearly unanimously. And in that report, there was many points where the goal was to eliminate AWOPs, affirmed without opinion, especially with regard to agency final orders. So I'd like to carry that further. And the way I propose to carry it further is another volunteer work group, of which I volunteer to participate. The idea being that we should, because there's a shortage of resources at the Court of Appeals level, we should look to utilizing another alternative, which would be circuit court jurisdiction for review of final orders. One might think, well, this is a new idea. No, it's already been in place for many years. A petition for review of DMV suspension orders. It's a 2-page form. I have used it successfully. It's quick, it's easy, it's efficient. We can do more for working class people, true access to justice, by having a study group see what other agency final orders can be delegated to circuit court jurisdiction. For one of the advantages is, of course, right now, administrative decisions are often made by telephonic hearings, remote, and so we lack some of the, it's more likely to have errors. We lack some of the protections of depositions. Generally, there are exceptions to getting them, but they're not easy. So depositions, requests for production of documents, and discovery tools and jury trials. All of those are absent for most the APA, Administrative Procedures Act, hearings on appeals from agency action. And it can be somebody's fishing license, somebody's property rights, their occupational right to be a barber, to be a nurse, to be a CNA. And the cost and formality of a formal appeal to the Court of Appeals is a burden. That's why there's a shortage of resources. This would free up the Court of Appeals, and this would allow working class people especially, and small business entrepreneurs, access to judicial review by putting it back to the circuit court level. Folks who work in car washes, who are waitresses, servers, gas station attendants, and again, small business people that have 2 or 3 or 5 employees. And so just asking to study this as an alternative, and again, to further reduce AWOPs, because AWOPs are still, according to the report that you just approved, in the period of, this is on page 2 of the report, it reads that between 2017 and 2021, the percentage of administrative agency cases that the Court of Appeals resolved by AWOP, that means without an opinion, without justice, access to justice, ranged from a low of 46.4 to 56.2, with 2021, the most recent year, 52.5%. That's not right. We need to give people access to justice. This is a more economic means for the appellants and respondents than going to the Court of Appeals, and it takes the pressure off the Court of Appeals. We've already done it in one area. Let's study how we can do it in other areas. I therefore move Delegate Resolution 1 for adoption. Thank you very much.
Is there a second, Mr. Lang's motion?
John Bachhoffner, elected delegate from out of state. I second.
John Bachhoffner, elected delegate from out of state, seconds. We will move to discussion. We will get the debate queue open momentarily. It is open. If you wish to comment, pro, con, or other, please add yourself to the queue. Under the pro column, Chair recognizes Robert Schulhoff.
Hi, thank you for recognizing me. I just want to emphasize it's not a.
You have to say your name and region.
I'm sorry, Robert Schulhoff. Sorry, I'm losing my mind. Delegate out of state. I just want to emphasize what we're talking about here is looking at an idea and not necessarily voting on implementing it. So to that end, I think it's a good idea to take a look at it. Why I like AWOP opinions when someone's appealing a decision in my favor. Generally, I'm not a big fan of them. It does not provide clarity to either the people involved or for others looking at that situation. So anything that we can do to move this to a level where it can get a little bit more consideration and a more considered opinion, I would be in favor of. And so to that end, I would ask that we go ahead and debate on this and vote on the matter at hand.
Clarifying that you're moving to terminate debate.
You think I would learn to say those words at this point. I am moving that we terminate debate and go to a vote.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion to terminate debate? Joe Pucci, Region 5, seconds the motion to terminate debate. Is there any objections to terminating debate? All right. Hearing no objections to terminating debate, we will,
Hi, this is Marie Barlow. I'm the chair of the administrative law section. I would like to object to terminating debate because I had a few things to say on this.
okay, thank you. So now it's clear. We have to debate. All right. So now we will turn to the voting platform to vote whether or not to terminate debate. Give us a second to get that live. Yes, we know it says to vote on the resolution. We're not quite there yet. Yeah, they have to, I don't think they were anticipating that, so takes them a minute to set it. Feel free to obsessively just hit refresh like I am. It'll take just a second as they already have the other platform up. All right. The platform to end debate is open. Please vote yes, no, or abstain. Yes will end the debate. You have 30 seconds to vote. It won't be 2/3. Five more seconds and voting will close. All right, voting is closed. To end debate, you do need 2/3 votes in favor. Right now we have 44 votes. The ending result is 44 votes yes, 43 votes no. That is not 2/3, so discussion will continue. We will reopen the debate queue. So if you wish to offer pro, con, or other comments, please join the queue once it is available. All right, the debate queue is open. Just want to make sure we cleared that. I think Marie Barlow was the other though, just clarifying, David, whoever's running the queue. Okay, the chair recognizes in the column of other Marie Barlow.
Thank you. Marie Barlow here. I am the chair of the administrative law section of the bar. I just wanted to state, when I saw the agenda for this meeting, this is the first time that I've heard of this resolution, and I noted that it would require the administrative law section to work on this study, and would have been nice to have been included in developing this resolution. I do note a couple kind of substantive concerns with the resolution. It seems to presuppose an outcome that we would recommend that the jurisdiction move from the Court of Appeals to the circuit courts. So as background, the Court of Appeals currently has jurisdiction over judicial review of contested cases and rulemakings, and proceedings that are other than contested cases do go to the circuit courts, and that's established in the Administrative Procedures Act. And so I'm not necessarily opposed to looking at this issue further, but it seems like it would have broad-ranging impacts on the administrative law practice area, and I think could benefit from some further refinement in conjunction with our section. And then just sort of from a bandwidth perspective, our section has had a lot going on this year. We did work on that other work group that convened earlier this year, and I myself have a lot going on, so it's would be beneficial if we could have some further input on kind of the scope of this before being asked to just do it without that initial input. I think that's it. Thank you.
I didn't mean to cut you off. Thank you for your comments. Robert Schulhoff, are you back in the pro column, or is that left over from the previous debate? If you are looking to make comment again, please feel free.
Point of order before I go. Can I cede a portion of my time to Mr. Lang to address some of the concerns, or do I need to remain with just my own thoughts on this?
He wants to yield his time to Danny to respond. He wants to yield his time to Danny to respond. Yeah. No. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, there's no yielding of time per se, but if you have additional questions, Danny could also join the other queue.
No, that's fine. I mean, my thoughts on this is I appreciate the head of the admin law section's concerns regarding having seen this. While there's no part of it, I apologize that they seem to feel caught flat-footed on it. However, I will point out this is not sending it to the admin law section with predisposed outcome. It's asking them to study it and come back with their recommendations, meaning that they can say no, they can say yes, they can say maybe, they can say whatever. But the fact of the matter is it's an admin law concern. That is what their section is. That's what it is to do. I appreciate we're all short on bandwidth, but again, that's the job and that's what it's there for. So to that end, again, I would move that we cease debate on this and that we move forward to a vote.
All right, and for the record, you are Robert Schulhoff, out-of-state delegate, and you
Yes,
are moving to
I'm sorry.
terminate debate.
I will get this right or I'll shut up, I promise.
We're going to be like finely tuned machine on this. All right, is there a second to the motion to end debate? No, I mean, would you like to rescind your motion to end debate, Robert? There's no one else in the queue.
No, I'll let it go. If it fails, it fails.
Yeah, do you feel like can you rescind your motion to end debate? Because there's nobody else in the queue, so we're going to be voting anyway.
Okay, okay, I understand. I'll rescind my motion.
All right, great, thank you. All right, we are going to set up the voting platform for delegate resolution number 1. Yes vote will mean that they will move forward with the recommendation to form the work group with the OSB Administrative Law Section to study and recommend providing jurisdiction of circuit courts over petitions for judicial reviews of agency final orders, as written by Danny Lang. Sorry, I'm getting a little tongue-tied. Anyway, we'll wait for it's up. All right. Oh, there we go. Voting platform is open. You have 30 seconds. Five seconds. All right, voting is closed. Refresh. All right, I've got 68 votes yes, 47 votes no, 48 votes no. All right, 68 votes yes, 48 votes no. The resolution passes. Thank you. All right. We will now move to delegate resolution number 3. Here to present the resolution is Kyler Beers, HOD Region 5, Amy Bingham, HOD Region 6, Jenny Cook, BOG Region 7, Shannon Flowers, HOD Region 6, Justin Morton, ex officio delegate, John Schlosser, HOD Region 5. Wait, did I skip one? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Sorry, false alarm. Next up is delegate resolution number 2, my apologies, which will be presented by John Grant, HOD Region 5, Vanessa Nordyke, HOD Region 6, David Dorfman, HOD Region 8, James Klonsky, HOD Region 8, and Christopher Rounds, HOD Region 8.
Good afternoon, President Graham and my fellow delegates. Times are tough around the state of Oregon. You see it in the statewide epidemics of addiction, mental illness, and suicide. We have some of the highest rates of addiction and suicide in the nation. You see it in the faces of the houseless and the tens of thousands of Oregonians who are on the cusp of eviction. You see it in the chronic underfunding of indigent defense. You see it in the desperate need for legal aid. You see it in the statewide shortage of mental health providers and the early release of patients from our only state-run psychiatric hospital. As a city councilor, I work closely with community partners to serve our most vulnerable seniors, veterans, children, and trauma survivors. I can tell you that these challenges have always been there in our state, but now it is worse. But when things get worse, leaders do more. And this resolution today, which was drafted by John Grant, and I'm proud to co-sponsor, helps us do more. This resolution will strengthen our commitment to legal services programs for our most vulnerable. It will amplify the signal for legal service programs to help connect them to potential volunteers and donors. This resolution will direct the Oregon State Bar to develop metrics for better understanding of the fairness, inclusiveness, and acceptability components of its mission, and report those metrics back to you, members of the delegation. We need data to diagnose the problem. That way we can make data-driven solutions to triage these very finite resources that we have to help the poorest Oregonians. To be clear, nothing in this resolution commits the bar to spend money or forgo revenue. This is about starting the conversation. By increasing support for Oregon's nonprofit legal services programs, in addition to the important mission-critical work of supporting legal aid, and by beginning to measure the impact of that support, the bar will affirm and extend its commitment to advancing a fair, inclusive, and accessible justice system. I applaud the bar and all of my colleagues for everything that they've already done to support access to justice. But times are bad across our state, and when things get worse, leaders do more. So on behalf of John Grant and my co-sponsors, David Dorfman, James Klonowski, and Christopher Rounds, I urge you to vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second for Ms. Nordike's resolution? John Bachhoffner seconds. We will move to the discussion queue. Give it a second to load. Debate queue is open. If you have comment, pro, con, or other, please add your name. All right, I see a submission under the other column. Chair recognizes Stephanie Inglesman.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Engelsman, and I represent Region 5 on the Oregon State Bar's House of Delegates. I rise today to submit an amendment for consideration, a friendly amendment for the delegate resolution number 2. The proposed amendment would remove section 3 from delegate resolution number 2 and the corresponding financial impact statements from both the delegates and the Board of Governors, and replace the financial impact statement with an indeterminate designation. Section 3 reads as follows. Section 3, support Oregon's qualified nonprofit legal services programs by developing relevant bar policies, such as reduced or eliminated fees for the bar's lawyer referral service, flexibility for participating in the bar's modest means program, reduced or eliminated advertising fees for the bar bulletin, pathways for participation in the Oregon Law Plus Connect portal project, and or reduced or eliminated fees for nonprofit employed legal professionals to attend bar-sponsored continuing legal education program, conferences, and other events. Under ORS 9.080 sub 1, the Oregon State Bar's Board of Governors is directed to serve the public interest by advancing a fair, inclusive, and accessible justice system. Over the years, the bar has provided and supported a variety of legal services for both low and moderate income Oregonians. Addressing the justice gap that exists for those who do not qualify for legal aid but cannot afford traditional legal services is a focus for the bar. The network of nonprofit programs and services in Oregon that exist to address this gap is multifaceted. Many have worked in close partnership with the Oregon State Bar for years. Others have done critical work in this arena and have less directed involvement with the Oregon State Bar. The bar supports the work of numerous nonprofits working to address the justice gap throughout the state. Section 3 of Delegate Resolution number 2 would alter multiple Oregon State Bar internal operations. The section, if it remains as part of the resolution, would offer subsidies for Oregon State Bar products or services potentially impacting the Oregon State Bar's budget and staff resources. This amendment to Delegate Resolution number 2 to remove Section 3 allows the Oregon State Bar to continue its commitment and broad focus on access to justice for low and modest income Oregonians while managing the operational and budgetary challenges that would arise under Section 3. On behalf of Oregon State Bar's House of Delegates, and as an attorney, career public defender, and youth rights and justice attorney, I urge the House of Delegates to support the removal of Section 3 of Delegate Resolution number 2, advance a fair, inclusive, and accessible justice system. And I can email this to that email address.
Thank you, Ms. Ingelsman. All right, we now have an amendment on the floor. Is there a second for the amendment? Chair, go ahead, David. David Rosen, Bog Region 1 seconds. We will now move to the discussion platform. Give us a second to set that up and get it live. Debate queue is open. If you have comments to make, pro, con, or other, please join the debate queue on the amendment proposed by Ms. Ingelsman. Right. I see Mr. Bachhoffner under the other category. Please feel free to approach, state your name, region, all that.
John Bachhoffner, elected delegate, out-of-state delegate. I just have a question for the proponent on the for the amendment. Specifically, as I'm reading Section 3, it does not require the bar to do any of those things. Doesn't the resolution recommend that the bar suggest that the bar study this and look to those issues? So are you really trying to eliminate all of Section 3, or do you want to just eliminate after the first sentence that the bar shall, consider different options?
Thank you. At this time, I am asking for the amendment to stay as written and as I read it. I do understand it's a friendly amendment, and I'm asking that it move forward as is.
Other discussion? We will, seeing no other discussion on the amendment to remove Section 3, we will go back to the voting platform to vote on the amendment to remove Section 3 from the resolution. Give us a second to get that live. Excessively refreshing. I think obsessively refreshing the browser should be part of Robert's Rules of Order. Lori. We're almost there. All right, voting on the amendment. This says the amended resolution. Oh, okay, sorry. All right, so we are actually voting to amend the amended resolution. So a vote of yes will accept the amended resolution. A vote of no will turn, no. Just, that's what I'm saying. It says amended resolution. But we don't care about that. It was not a friendly and accepted as a friendly amendment. I'm sorry, so now I'm confused. We're still voting on Stephanie's amendment. Bunker. Can you clarify what we're voting on, please?
So we're moving on the amendment now. This is to accept the amendment that has been offered. The amendment would eliminate subsection 3 from the resolution. Subsection 3 reading support Oregon's qualified nonprofit legal services program by developing relevant bar policies such as reduced or eliminated fees for the bar's lawyer referral service, flexibility for participating in the bar's modest mean program, reduce or eliminating advertising fees for the bar bulletin pathways to participation for participation in the Oregon Law Plus Connect portal project, and or reduced or eliminated fees for nonprofit employed legal professions to attend bar sponsored continuing legal education programs, conferences, or other events. A vote yes would eliminate this provision from the current resolution. A vote no would retain this provision.
All right, yes.
They're resetting it. They just reset it. So.
All right, 30 seconds to vote, please. It's not. Okay, just give us just 1 second here. One moment, I think we're gonna reset the voting, so please hold tight. Two. Hour. Okay, voting has been reset. Please vote. No, wait, stop. Just, okay. Yeah, we just have to ignore that. Just hold on. Got it, John. Yeah, because I think we told people to pause. So people should, this voting platform was reset. Please vote if you've not done so already. Yes. If you do check your voting platform, if you've not voted, please vote. We'll extend it for another 10 seconds. Well, if you. Okay. All right, the voting has closed. Refresh. Voting, excuse me, 49 votes yes to accept the amendment, 43 votes no to accept the amendment. So the amendment has passed. The amendment is now part of the resolution. We will turn back to the resolution. We will open up the discussion back for the resolution as amended. The resolution now not including section 3. If you would like to comment on the amended resolution, please enter the queue. Once the queue is up, of course. All right, debate queue is open. Pro, con, or other, please enter the queue. I'm still showing you Mr. Bachhoffner, but I think that was from last round, so. Okay, great. All right, from the other column, I have the chair recognizes John Devlin. Please state your name and your affiliation and begin your comments.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, hi, this is John Devlin. I'm a delegate from Region 5, I believe. This is my first time doing this, and I just had a question. I hope this is the right way to do this. Is there any sense, I obviously totally agree with the premise behind this. Is there any sense of the scope of what Section 6 requires about the developing of the metrics and the staff? I noticed in the Board of Governors impact statement, it referenced that it would require personnel and other operational expenses. And I'm just trying to get a sense of how much we're asking the bar to do. If there's any way to know that or get even some sense of that before we vote on it. That was all. Thanks.
All right, Ms. Hirschbiel will speak to that.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for that question, Mr. Devlin. So the Board of Governors actually adopted an evidence-based decision-making policy that is already requiring the bar to develop metrics and to measure all the program activities that it does. So it would fall into that work already, but that work does require additional, it does require staff time, and it does require and will require an outside consultant to help us develop those metrics. So it's a piece of that, but it's already ongoing. So we just wanted to be clear that there are bar staff resources that go into this, but the Board of Governors did not express any concerns about that particular aspect of it because it's already work that's ongoing.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other discussion. Oh, I'm sorry. Refresh. Thank you. The chair recognizes Brian Gardner.
Hi, Brian Gardner, Region 4. I just wondered if we're voting on this as amended, do we have to change the numbers to 4, 5, and 6 for a resolution, or will they be automatically changed? That's it.
They'll be automatically changed, but thank you for the question. All right, seeing no other discussion, that's correct. Nobody else says anything. We will return to the voting platform to vote on the amended resolution. Give us a minute to get that up. All right, the voting platform is up. Please vote. We have 30 seconds. Five seconds left for voting. All right, voting is closed. I show 98 votes yes, 9 votes no. The resolution passes as amended. Thank you. Where are we? Number 3? All right, next up is delegate resolution number 3. Here to present the resolution is Kyler Beers, HOD Region 5, Amy Bingham, HOD Region 6, Jenny Cook, BOG Region 7, Shannon Flowers, HOD Region 6, Justin Morton, ex officio delegate, John Schlosser, HOD Region 5, Nora Van Duzen, ex officio delegate.
Everyone, I'm Shannon Flowers, delegate Region 6. I've spent most of my legal career at the Office of Public Defense Services for many years. I was in the appellate division there, and currently I serve as Chief Juvenile Trial Counsel, overseeing and managing trial level representation in juvenile matters. Our federal and state constitutions and statutes guarantee the right to competent and ethical court-appointed counsel where fundamental liberty interests and other important rights are at stake. Namely, those are criminal, juvenile delinquency, juvenile dependency, civil commitment, and related proceedings. I have other prepared remarks, but I'm going to cut to the chase since we've all been here for a while today. I think as many people here, maybe everyone knows, we are in a crisis at this point with public defense. The Oregon State Bar has long supported a strong public defense system, and at this critical juncture, it's important that we continue to do so. So I would move for approval of Delegate Resolution 3. Thank you.
Is there a second? Please rise and identify yourself. Oh, I was pointing at Miss Caffel, but I'm gonna. One of you has to do it. Amanda Caffel, Region 5 seconds. We will move to the discussion queue once it's up. Discussion. There it is. Please enter the debate queue if you have pro, con, or other comments. Successively refreshed 10 times, and we have a pro comment, Cheryl Kuhn. Please feel free to present your comments after you identify yourself and your region.
Muted video. Hi there, can you hear me at this point?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, great. You'd think after 1,000 Zooms over the last 2 years, I would be smooth with them. My name is Cheryl Kuhn. I'm in Region 5. I want to speak in favor of this, but I also have an issue related to it that I'd like to bring to the bar's attention. Chief Justice Walters highlighted for all of us in early 2022 the crisis going on in Oregon with regard to meeting our Sixth Amendment constitutional obligation to provide legal counsel, competent legal counsel, to Oregonians charged with crimes. Why does this crisis exist? Well, I would suggest that disparity in pay is certainly one reason. We ask public defense lawyers for the poorest and most desperate folks in Oregon to accept lower wages generally than are given to prosecutors. There's no justification for this. And for that reason, I certainly fully support this resolution. But I would also like to make an observation and to specifically ask the bar to look into what I'm about to describe. We have new young lawyers in Oregon who are eager to learn and to volunteer. If they are interested in civil law, there are enormous opportunities through the bar's OSB certified programs to do so without the cost of purchasing malpractice insurance that they may not otherwise have, either because they are not yet employed or they are not working in a situation that would afford them that coverage. I myself, while running a nonprofit program, made enormous use of that OSB certification program. When my program was certified, I was able to get lots of great Oregon attorneys to volunteer. However, there are no programs currently in the OSB certified program list that cover criminal law. Certainly not for adults. I can't recall whether Youth Right Justice has now been made an OSB certified, but if it has, it is the only one. I've reached out to bar staff with the OSB certified program. I've reached out to the OSB criminal law section and the Oregon New Lawyers Division to ask why OSB has no certified programs in criminal law that would offer malpractice coverage in criminal defense work. I mean, malpractice coverage is, of course, what it's all about. I'm told that OSB would need to work with the PLF, but I got no indication that these conversations are underway. I personally know new, young, and newish Oregon lawyers who would gladly respond to Chief Justice Walter's call to, but the cost of malpractice insurance is prohibitive.
Interrupt you, you are out of time. Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Excuse me, recognize Stephanie Inglesman.
Thank you. I'll keep this short and sweet. As I said in my last presentation, I'm a career public defender. I did criminal adult for 12 years and now juvenile delinquency, measure 11s in the juvenile world for 3. Does not include 4 additional years before that in law school and otherwise. Public defense is in a crisis, but quite frankly, it's been in a crisis since Oregon started this program or this system in the 70s. There have been study after study after study, all saying the same thing, which have fallen on deaf ears eventually on those who could make change. We need to keep the pressure on those who could make change and not allow them to move forward with the next crisis and ignore public defense. Anyway, so with that, I ask you, and I spoke at last year's House of Delegates meeting on this specific or similar resolution as a House of Delegates member at the time. We cannot let the pressure off. It is not just pay equity, it's lack of PERS benefits, it's lack of retirement safety, it's lack of a cell phone. We use our personal cell phones. It's everything. So we have to keep the pressure on. I urge you to vote yes in support of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other names in the queue, so we will go to the voting platform as soon as it gets uploaded, live, whatever the term is. I'll obsessively hit refresh in a few seconds. After you vote, I will draw your attention to the fact that there is pizza in the vestibule, if you haven't already noticed, but vote first, please. All right, the voting platform is active. We have 30 seconds. 5 seconds. Sorry, it's a very quick 5 seconds. All right, I have the final tally as 106, 109 votes yes, 0 votes no. It passes. Thank you very much. All right, moving right along, delegate resolution number 4, as presented by Peter Werner, HOD Region 1, Christy Gibson, HOD Region 2, Elizabeth Knight, HOD Region 5, Vanessa Nordyke, HOD Region 6, and Heather Decker, HOD Region 7.
Thank you again, President Graham. I will be brief. I'm hopeful that some of my online co-sponsors can chime in on this one. Folks, I've already mentioned to you earlier today the urgent need to support legal aid. And I just want to give you one example from my hometown. Earlier this summer, more than 60 residents of an apartment complex were forced to leave because of uninhabitable conditions. Our city staff went into that apartment complex and found that it was utterly uninhabitable. Now that the community partners have started talking to the tenants, they've learned how many times their rights have been violated over and over again. But the fact of the matter is, we do not have enough legal aid services to ensure that every single one of these tenants will have access to justice, that they will have someone to assist them with the painful process of being uprooted from the only home they know, just because their landlord refused to make habitable conditions. This is just one of many examples around our state of how people are taken advantage of in the system time and time again. There are folks who are counting on the poorest among us not knowing their rights, not knowing how to stand up for themselves, and not being able to turn to the justice system to hold those people accountable. This is one of many reasons why legal aid is absolutely critical. And this is why I'm here to proudly support this resolution. And I urge all of you, let's make it unanimous this year. I'll yield my time to any online co-sponsors who would like to chime in. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. My name is Peter Werner. I'm the HOD delegate from Region 1. I'm also the statewide co-chair for the Campaign for Equal Justice for Central Oregon. And I've been a table captain and a closer and various other types of speaking on behalf of the Campaign for Equal Justice. And I'm here to give you a few points on why legal aid is important. Our offices, the legal aid offices, serve every region of this state, providing critical legal services for Oregonians. For example, the creation of an eviction defense project, a statewide project where legal aid is representing tenants in eviction proceedings in every county in this state, and gathering data to know the impact of the eviction crisis. Legal aid prioritizes representing domestic violence survivors in family law and protective order cases. Legal aid represents people who have lost their jobs and who are struggling to obtain unemployment benefits. And legal aid represents tenants and homeowners who've been affected by the wildfires, for example, helping with FEMA claims. When people can't access legal help when they need it most, their faith in our justice system erodes, as does my faith. Please join me in support of legal aid. And now I hand it off to Christy Gibson to speak further.
Thank you, Peter. I'm Christy Gibson, Region 2 delegate. I'm also a statewide co-chair for the Campaign for Equal Justice. In addition to passing this resolution, there are other things that each of us can do. We can contribute to the Campaign for Equal Justice, and I believe there's a flyer on site today with the QR code and details for texting to give. You can also go to www.cej-oregon.org. We can also bank with a financial institution that's a leadership bank or a credit union. You can go to OregonLawFoundation.org for information about which banks pay the highest interest rate on their IOLTA accounts, as IOLTA funds go towards supporting legal aid. You can also participate in the regional competitions for the Justice, Equity, and Leadership Cups. And you can do pro bono work. But today, on behalf of myself and my co-sponsors, I move that the House of Delegates support Delegate Resolution 4, supporting adequate funding of legal services to low-income Oregonians.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Is there a second? David Rosenbach, Region 1 second. We will move this to the discussion queue. Once that is open, we will allow for pro, con, or other comments. Debate queue is open. All right, I see one person listed under the other column. Chair recognizes Blaine Cluton. Please identify yourself and your region and make your comments.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So Blaine Cluton, Region 1, obviously in favor of this, this in general. The other comment that I wanted to raise in general is that the Campaign for Equal Justice, my understanding, is a 501c3, and sub 4 only sets goals for contributions from others. I just wanted to point out that there is a potential issue constitutionally with, as far as the First Amendment, from a number of decisions, Citizens United, among others. So if we go past goals, then I think that it would raise a constitutional issue, but the way that it's written, I don't think that it presents an issue, and that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Get back to the debate queue. Refresh. All right, I'm showing Jeremiah Ross under the other column. Please feel free to identify yourself and make your comments.
Hi, everyone, can everyone hear me?
Yes, thank you.
I'll be brief. My name is Jeremiah Ross. I'm a District 5 delegate. this is under the other comment because it looks like from reviewing the language under resolved, section 2, the last paragraph, the last sentence just kind of ends. It says, which provides federal support for legal, and there's no punctuation. There's nothing there. And then there's the same issue with subparagraph 7. It looks like there's supposed to be some language in there. And I think that if we're going to vote on something as a state bar, we should probably figure out what to stick in there. I'm not privy to what the language should be in there, but it looks like maybe it's just what I'm looking at on my computer, but that's what I see. So with that, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. I'm sorry, where's it? Yeah, it's on the written agenda for some reason. So in subsection 2, it should be legal aid with a period. And then in subsection 7, pro bono services, I think. Enhanced pro bono work period. So it is correct in the on the agenda. For some reason, it's those words are missing on the electronic. So, okay, great. Glad everybody's comfortable with that. Any other discussion? Thank you for pointing that out. We will now move to the voting platform once that is open to vote on delegate resolution number 4 with those 2 additional words which are in the actual written agenda. Oh, they fixed it. They just updated the online version, so both correct. Thank you. Voting is open. Got 30 seconds. All right, 5 seconds. All right, voting is closed. All right, I have 108 votes yes, 2 votes no. The resolution passes. Thank you very much. We are going to move on to delegate resolution number 5. Great, yes. Delegate resolution number 5, presented by David Dorfman, HOD Region 8, and James Klonowski, HOD Region 8.
Cool. Thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here today. Can you all hear me?
Yes, thank you. And don't forget to identify yourself and your region. Thank you.
David Dorfman, Region 8. Well, like I said, thank you. It's a real honor to talk about the need to enhance cybersecurity in the legal community. According to a recent report, 25% of law firms have experienced a data breach at some point in time. Some of these breaches involve ransomware. There are other circumstances, but it's a real threat. And it's not just law firms. In California, the state bar's network was recently compromised, leading to the release of 260,000 non-public case records. According to news reports, in December 2020, the federal judiciary was even hacked, potentially leading to the disclosure of motions filed under seal. The goal of our resolution is quite simple. It's to raise awareness of these risks while also offering a few additional suggestions of our own. To work in nexus with the great efforts of the bar that are already ongoing with respect to cybersecurity. First, we think the bar should publish a list of recommended cybersecurity best practices for lawyers. These recommendations would not be requirements, and there'd be no repercussions for failing to heed them. We'd simply give lawyers who may not be familiar with basic cyber hygiene a go-to, free, easy to access resource for advice and tips. Second, we ask that the House of Delegates hear next year from the Board of Governors about the bar's efforts to secure its networks. And third, we request that the Board of Governors consider other steps we could potentially take to enhance cybersecurity. Some of these may be educational in nature. In New York, they recently established a 1-hour, one-time CLE requirement for brand new members of the bar to get up to speed on data protection. So again, this resolution isn't particularly prescriptive. We just want to, hand it off to the Board of Governors to consider what might be best to ensure we have stronger cybersecurity in our legal community. And honestly, just that we're discussing it today is a victory. Like, if we all take 5 minutes later today and make sure our antiviruses update, that we're properly encrypting files, that could be a huge step forward. And with that, I turn it to Jake.
Thank you, David, very much. Jake Klonowski, Region 8 elected delegate. The hour is late, especially here out in the East Coast. So I've used my 1C story. I'll cut that out of my remarks today. Let me cut to the chase. So we are fiduciaries for our client. We all know and understand the need for cybersecurity for ourselves, and many of us likely put it off. Just this morning, I clicked update tomorrow on my own computer when confronted with a security update as I rushed to get online for work without even looking at the update. We cannot be so blasé about the interests of our clients. We are fiduciaries. We have to be putting the client's interests ahead of our own, bound by good faith and trust. This resolution advances our relationships and those of all Oregon attorneys of trust and good faith with our clients. But more importantly, our resolution asks for recommendations from the BOG, but imposes no mandates on Oregon attorneys and has no associated costs. We defer to the BOG to identify how to effectively implement stronger cybersecurity priorities, and that is a process that the BOG has already started and the OSB staff has been working on, and we're very appreciative of it. We see this as a chance for us in the HOD to step a little harder on the accelerator, to add the HOD's voice to a call for a more secure systems for attorneys and for their clients. None of us would leave a client's privileged documents out on a table at a coffee shop and walk away at the end of our day, leaving those documents out in the open. We need to be sure that we are not doing the equivalent of that when we are working digitally. Again, no financial impact for this resolution and no bar fee raising associated with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would one of you be willing to move to adopt resolution number 5? Jay or David?
We move the motion.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
We have a second in the room. Thank you very much. We will move it to the discussion platform if anyone has pro, con, or other comments. Second. It's up. Excessively refreshing. I'm not immediately seeing anyone lining up for comment. Do it 2 more times. I'm going to say there's no discussion on the issue. We can move this to the vote. Voting platform will be up momentarily. A vote yes will accept resolution number 5 as stated. Bless you. All right, the voting is open. You have 30 seconds. All right, voting will close in 5 seconds. Right, voting is closed. Let me refresh. I have 100. You have 101 votes yes. 4 votes no. Resolution passes. Thank you very much. Right. We are at BOG resolution number 5. I lost my glasses. There they are. BOG resolution number 5 will be presented by board member Rob Milsnick, BOG Region 8.
Good afternoon. My name is Rob Milesnik. I am a Board of Governors member for Region 8, and I'm here to present Resolution 5, Veterans Day Remembrance. Whereas military service is vital to the perpetuation of freedom and the rule of law, and whereas thousands of Oregonians have served in the military and many have given their lives, now therefore be it resolved, the Oregon State Bar hereby extends its gratitude to all those who have served and are serving in the military, and further offers the most sincere condolences to the families and loved ones of those who have died serving their country.
Thank you, Rob. Is there a second? Leslie Johnson, Region 5 seconds. We will move this to the discussion platform. If anyone has any comments about the Veterans Day Remembrance, please refresh your page. The queue is open. While I'm refreshing the page, Rob, I'm so sorry. I think I mispronounced your last name. I'm just a little punchy.
That's okay.
Not you.
Milesnik.
All right, I'm not seeing any comments. Refresh a couple more times. We'll move this to the voting platform. A vote of yes, we'll accept the resolution as Rob read it. Presented. Hold on a minute, we might have a little technical glitch here. Showing it. Feel free to get some pizza, but don't go too far. Not want to eat in front of everyone. Or on Zoom land. Gonna wait. Thank you. Sorry, we're having a little bit of a technical glitch with the page, so bear with us. 1 minute was right, and then the next minute it was not. Almost there. How is the pizza? Is it good? That's awesome. Is it pepperoni? Thanks, John. No, I'm not. I'm good. I know that's very sweet, but thank you. I'm good. We're going to be done soon. We have in years past. We do that now. We have some friendly amendments to change that. Mm-hmm. 7:30. Now everybody knows what my plans are. I am. Yeah. All right, friends, I think what we're going to do, since we're having a glitch in the voting system, I think we'll do vote kind of the old fashioned way if you are online. Actually, everybody can vote on, everybody's online, right? Just raise your hand. Yeah, just raise your hand if you are in favor of Board of Governor Resolution number 5, supporting Veterans Day remembrance. Yes. Right. Another 5 seconds. Got a couple more online trickling in. I'll get 103. 103 votes yes. Thank you. It passed. All right. The final meeting item is BOG Resolution number 6, which is our annual in memoriam. This obviously will not include a vote. Joining me for this are board members Apollinar Montero Sanchez, Joe Pucci, and Candace Clark, who will be honoring the colleagues we've lost since the last annual meeting.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joe Pucci, BOG member Region 5. I'm joined here by Apollinar Montero Sanchez, BOG member Region 2. The resolution is as follows. Resolved that the Oregon State Bar House of Delegates and members assembled stand, please, for a moment of silence in honor of the members of the Oregon State Bar who have died since the 2021 House of Delegates meeting. Robert Ackerman, J. Michael Alexander, Aloysius Aoyoung, Ray Bassel, David Beach, Dennis Bean, J.B. Bedingfield, Frank Bocci, William Brandt, Bernard Brink, Donald Buss, Andrew Carter, O. Daniel Dearborn, Vincent Degich, Gregory Dolinacek, the Honorary James Donnell, Mary Duval, Roy Dwyer, Donald Ford, the Honorable Jackson Frost, Gary Georgieff, Giles Gibson, Ira Gottlieb, John Grove, my friend Colin Hackett, Harry Hanna, Brian Hildebrand, the Honorable Brian Hodges, Arthur Art Johnson, Stephen Cantor, Jerry Kling.
Karen Nauerhaus, John Krallman, J. David Krieger, Frederick Langer, John Langslet, Richard Levin, Adam Mayo, Hank McCurdy, Brenna Moore, Michael Mowry, Scott Niebling, Sean O'Halloran, Milo Ormseth, Charles Paulson, Mark Peterman, Timothy Ramis, Frank Reeby, Honorable Richard Riggs, Robert Scanlon, Kenneth Sears, Chris Seelicki, Richard Sly, John Souther, Elisa Seidleek, Michael Tharp, Gerald Van Humison, Michael Wasserman, Candace Weatherby, William Welch, Peter Wells, Carol Westendorf, John Winkleman. And those are the names that I have on the list, but it might be appropriate to open the floor to anyone who knows of anyone else who's not on this list to please say their name so we can honor them.
Gary Berlant.
Any others? Just one more moment of silence for all those who have left us this year. Thank you, Apolinar and Joe, and all the members of the House of Delegates and guests. That concludes our TED Talk today for Robert's Rules of Order. There's now a Scantron test that will come around to all of you. Thank you for concluding. Thank you all for participating today. This is one of my last official duties as president, and I want to share that serving on my board as Oregon State Bar president, as Vanessa knows, is just one of the greatest privileges and duties, and I don't know what else I'm going to do after this. This bar, even as we recognize the work that we do, I'm sorry, I can't even read anymore. I'm not going to read this. I'm just going to say what I feel. We do amazing work here. The bar staff is fantastic. The time that you all spent doing this work, volunteering, is invaluable, and it really makes Oregon a better place, and it makes our legal community stronger. So thank you to bar staff. Thank you for the House of Delegates. Thank you all the guests, tech staff, everybody online. Thank you so much, and meeting adjourned.